I was very close to having one of them consider voting for me. I left myself a little behind, but that's actually. Go ahead and start without me, please. I won't get my cell phone.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Or actually, go by the clock on the wall.
I just thought you might remember off the top of your head.
I got too many people.
I know, sorry. But hopefully does this make enough sense?
Yes.
All right, cool.
Yes.
And that's, I thought about that after the fact. I said, oh, well, okay, cool.
All right, I've got 7 o'clock. It is Thursday, June the 11th, and I hereby call this meeting of the Stokesdale Town Council to order. If we could, please, let's rise and have the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And Mr. Rigsby, would you lead us in the invocation, please?
I will. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for all the good gifts and graces you've provided to us. Please continue to look after our soldiers and our first responders. And please remember all those that are suffering today. Amen.
Amen. Okay. Let's see. We're going to review and adopt the agenda. I do have one request here. I'd like to request an amendment to the meeting agenda, that being to table agenda item number 16. And that is the one that's regarding the contract for utility locating and marketing services. We'd like to allow for further review and negotiation of the proposed contract terms by the town attorney and town administrator prior to moving this forward. So if we could make that amendment to the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, could I add something to the agenda?
Yes, sir.
Could I add a quote from Excellence Lawn Care regarding clearing the pathway of trees and debris, the walking trail?
Okay, I believe that item, there's not an item on there on the agenda. We're just going to add this.
Yeah, let's see. Add that. Let's see. That item is number.
Let's put it at the end. Or what is it?
Put it 22A.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Excellent slow here. Is that what you did?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I have a couple myself.
Okay.
I would like to add an item 19B. This item is Ellisboro Road downtown water line repair.
And that's 19B.
Mm-hmm. And that's Ellisboro Road downtown water line repair. And then I would like to, for number 20, making an addition to that where it says 25-26 fiscal year budget ordinance amendment number 3. I would like to have an addition of a budget amendment number 4 as well.
Okay, and that was what number again? Mr. Ford?
That's an item number 20.
20, okay.
And these two items will somewhat transition into one another.
Okay. Any other additions, deletions?
I'll make a motion, we adopt the agenda with the additions and deletions.
A second.
Any further discussion? We'll vote. Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landrith?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
And I am also aye. Okay. Want to review and adopt the following minutes. This would be for May the 14th, regular town council meeting. I move that we adopt those as written.
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion? We'll vote. Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landrith?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
I am aye.
And I am also aye. Then we'd also like to adopt the May 14, 2026 closed session meeting minutes as written. I would like to move that, make the motion that we adopt those as written.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landrith?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
I am aye.
And I am also aye. All righty, item number 4, public safety reports. Robbie, do you have a report from the Stokesdale Fire District?
Okay, this is the report for the month of May from the Stokesdale Fire District from Chief Todd Galton. For that month, they had 40 medical-related calls in the town of Stokesdale, 12 fire-related, 29 other, for a total of 81.
Thank you, Robbie.
Okay, thank you, Robbie.
Welcome.
Do we have a report from Guilford County Sheriff's Office? Very pleased to have you gentlemen here with us tonight.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Deputy Moody with the Guilford County Sheriff's Office. I'd like to thank you all for having us out here to speak to you about this report.
Great, thanks.
For the month of May, the Guilford County Sheriff's Office reported or responded to 223 calls for service in the Stokesdale town limits, resulting in only 16 case reports. There were no significant incidents or crime trends that occurred this month.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I am Master Corporal Smallwood with the Guilford County Sheriff's Office. Additionally, I want to let the citizens of Stokesdale know that we do have a program where we do residency checks that will pretty much benefit you if you're going out of town, going out with friends or family for the summer. Just give us a call at the non-emergency number. We'll come out to your residence and do a free residency check, make sure everything's intact. So when you get back, you have no concerns, okay?
Wonderful. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you for being here, gentlemen. Thank you.
Okay, item number 5, administrative reports. Mr. Wagner, do you have a administrative report there?
I sure do. Let's see, I will start off with the water report. For the month of May, we had 5 water meters installed, 40 water meters in stock. Now, you'll notice a huge jump in water meters in stock between last month and this month. That's because we found boxes of them in the closet. We didn't have room of them, didn't have room to spread them all out on the shelves. And so when Mason counted, he just saw the ones on the shelves. And then Priscilla, when she got here, said, oh, no, there's plenty more. So that's why the number shot up. We've had them. 10 applications for transfer of service and water meters in, 4 water meters and applications on hold for builders, 23 work orders, 35 NC 811 locates, 933 water bills mailed out, 35 reservations and rentals. During the most recent billing cycle, 33 days, from April the 14th through May the 16th, the town purchased 9,142,406.65 gallons of water from the city of Winston-Salem, representing an average daily usage of 277,042.62 gallons. And just a note that it includes water that's not billed to customers, such as flushing, maintenance, fire protection, training activities, any unauthorized use of water, which I'll get to in a minute. During the town of Stokesdale's most recent billing cycle for 33 days, the town sold 11,093,822 gallons of water for an average daily usage of 336,176.42 gallons. Another big item is the annual consumer confidence report. So the EPA requires every municipality that operates a municipal water system to put out a confidence report to their customers. That report was completed on June the 3rd and published on the town's website. It was also, will be placed on the back of the water customer bills that will go out next Thursday. Let's see. As far as the projects that are coming up, moving along really good on our asset inventory assessment and our pre-construction planning project and the water line extension. We'll talk about the asset inventory and assessment and the pre-construction in a little bit with 2 or 3 agenda items. I will just touch on the Coldwater Road water line extension real quick since there's no other items about that tonight. So Classic City Mechanical continues to make great progress. We had a progress meeting. Now, at the time of this report, we hadn't had the meeting yet. We had it soon thereafter, but at that meeting, they had made a great amount of progress towards getting done. Hydrants are getting in now, and so we're doing well. Now, the person who spearheaded that meeting is actually here tonight, so if you have any questions, it may be good to talk to Andy about it, but they're making good progress, so, and they're not running into any issues that I'm aware of. One thing I will touch on is yesterday, we got another call of water theft that occurred. Resident in the Boone Meadows subdivision called, and I hopped in the truck and rushed over there and still couldn't get there in time. The water was, the ground was still wet, but the truck was gone. And so I looked for him, couldn't find him. And so I did ask the resident, I said, next time if that happens, take a picture and then call me. And so I hate that we're still having issues with that, but hopefully we'll find a way to stop it here soon. So that concludes the water side of the report. For the admin report itself, just kind of like to touch on the fact that we have several meetings coming up here. Most importantly, on May the 28th, the budget was shared with the town council. We made sure that the public was informed of that and that it was ready for public inspection the same day. June the 1st, we advertised the hearing that you're going to have here in just a few moments for that budget. And just a reminder that the town hall will be closed on July the 3rd, that Friday, for Independence Day. And that concludes the administrative report, unless there's anything else or any questions.
Questions?
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. You also have the the planning board. Yes, sir.
Excuse me for interrupting. Charles Thompson, 7804 Northwest Meadows Drive, Stokesdale. Question related to the water report, if I may. Are we approaching any, at all, with all the drought conditions all across the state in this area, any sort of water restriction point threshold in terms of our ability to buy and distribute water in our system? Do you know? Does anybody heard any reporting on that?
So the City of Winston-Salem or Forsyth County Utility Commission haven't instructed us of any sort of need for a restriction on water consumption. I will say that the North Carolina Rural Water Association did send out just an email to say, hey, there is a database out there that all the municipalities can use to determine if there is a restriction. And so just keep that updated. But most folks, when I looked at it, are still not under a restriction. I don't remember the name, but I can get that from the email. So, but no restriction as of this time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mr. Thompson, for asking that question. Okay. Mr. Wagner, do we have a report from the planning board?
We do. This one is short and sweet. The planning board meeting that was scheduled for May the 28th was canceled due to no applications being submitted ahead of the deadline. The next regular meeting of the planning board is scheduled for Thursday, June the 25th, 2026 at 7:00 p.m. I'm not aware of the business for that just yet, but I do know that Mason will have a meeting with Avery from the county probably next week to see what would be on the agenda for that, if there is anything. If there's a cancellation, we'll certainly let folks know.
Right.
And that concludes the planning board report.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Property Committee, Mr. Rigsby?
Nothing to speak of other than, agenda item later for, clearing the trail.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Item number 6 on the agenda, financial reports. Ms. Thacker?
Okay. These reports are for May 31st, 2026, and I am going to start with the general fund first. For our Bank of Oak Ridge CDARS, we have a total of $3,133,527. Fidelity checking, we have $84,644. Our petty cash is $150. Our total investment earnings for the month of May was $9,419. Our total investment earnings for this fiscal year to date is $104,540. Our total assets for the general fund is $3,368,765. The shared overhead expense for the month of May is $11,336. The total year-to-date overhead shared expense is $137,793. The payroll and reimbursement for the month of May is $983. Our sales tax refund due year-to-date back to the general fund from the North Carolina Department of Revenue is $735. Our total liabilities for the general fund as of 5/31 is $137,605. Since this was for the month of May, I did do a projection, and since we are going through a couple of budget amendments that you guys will see later on the agenda, for the projection of revenue for the remaining of fiscal year 26, our average over the past 2 fiscal years for the state collected is $158,489. Solid waste disposal, $1,500. We have exceeded the projection by $5,600 roughly for the park and shelter rental. We have exceeded the contributions and donations by $1,180. And projection for exceeding investment earnings will be a total of $13,400, where I'm projecting $9,400 roughly for the month of June. So therefore, for these projections, we will exceed the budgeted revenue for FY 26. And that's for the general fund. For the water enterprise, our Bank of Oak Ridge CDARS is $1,535,851. Capital Reserve Fund, $65,468. Fidelity Bank checking, $368,298. The North Carolina Capital Management Trust Fund, $620,189. The total investment earnings for this fiscal year to date is $72,926, of which $6,310 is for the month of May. The accounts receivables for the water sales, this includes the May billing, is $35,348. Our active accounts receivable for active and inactive 90 days past due is $0 and 0 accounts. Sales tax refund due is $2,360. The total assets for the water enterprise account is $2,758,780. The total accounts payable, which includes our the shared overhead expense for the month of May, salary reimbursement, and total accounts payable for miscellaneous recurring is $104,127. Our water capacity fees for the month of May is $2,250. The total year-to-date water capacity fees collected are $22,000. And the projection of revenue for the remainder of FY 26 should exceed the budgeted amount as well. Are there any questions on that before I move forward?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Okay. You each have a revised, it was laid on top of your packet for the request to move funds. I have a small revision to that too.
Ms. Thacker, is this it?
That is correct.
Thank you,
Yes,
ma'am.
it is it. If you will see in the general fund, I am requesting, I would like to strike The amount under lawn outdoor maintenance, if I could move that to $5,800. And which would make the budget after the request $48,800. The town hall electricity, I'm requesting to increase that budget line item by $3,000, and I'm requesting to move payroll processing fees by $500. In the green below there, you will see what I am requesting to reduce, which is staff salaries by $500. Housekeeping office supplies, that I am requesting to reduce by $5,800. And fees in education by $3,000. And that's for the general fund.
And these are movements, the budget stays balanced, these are movements all under the same categories?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that's for the general fund. For the water enterprise, in yellow, you will see I'm requesting to increase the water purchase by $14,000. I'm requesting to increase the contract operations by $1,000. In the green, you'll see I'm requesting to reduce the supplies, water hydrant maintenance and repair by $1,000. Same line item, supplies, water hydrant maintenance and repairs by $2,000. And then the water meter purchases by $12,000. Same thing, this is not a budget amendment, this is within the same category.
Okay.
Thank you. And these are okay, so these are not budget amendments. I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion to authorize Kim to go ahead and make those movements amongst line items within the same category as presented to council.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Call a question. Mr. Rigsby. Ready for
Aye.
the vote? Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landreth?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
I'm aye.
I am also aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms.
Thank
Thacker.
you.
We have item number 7, public comments from the floor. Do have one, Mr. Dwayne Dalton.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Dwayne Dalton, 8300 Zebedee Lane, Stokesdale, North Carolina. Somewhat of a concern. I had to attend a birthday party in the park about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and one of the shelters in the park is lovely. I'm really proud of the Stokesdale community and what has been done concerning that park. But the issue is birds just kept flying in and out, and I got to looking, trying to figure out what's going on. And I looked up, and where the lights are under the shed, a couple of bird nests. And of course, actually, we're gonna be some bird droppings we'll find in that shed area. And I said it'd be a good idea if we could just case those lights in where birds couldn't fly in and make a nest to keep, when people having a picnic or whatever, and birds flying in and doing whatever they do, makes a real mess. And I know it ain't expensive to just close those lights in where the birds can't get in there and make a nest. And I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I don't think it's such a big deal.
Okay, and that's on the square LED lights
There you
that are in
go.
the shelter, and they're making the nest above those,
Right,
correct? On
exactly.
the flat surface above
Yep,
that.
yep,
Okay.
yep. I love birds. I love to see them, but not when I'm eating. And that's my concern.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wayne,
Thank you.
Mr. Rigsby, if you want to make a note of that, and we'll have a discussion on how to proceed. Take a look at that. Any other comments? Okay, we'll move along to agenda item number 8. And this is a public hearing on the proposed Town of Stokesdale 2026 to 2027 fiscal year operating budget. I now declare this public hearing open. I would like to add that the proposed budget was submitted to Stokesdale Town Council on May the 28th, 2026, and that notice of its availability was provided to the public on the same date. I think Mr. Wagner has already alluded to this in the administrative report. The proposed budget has been available for public inspection on the town's official website and in the lobby of Stokesdale Town Hall since May the 28th, 2026. Formal notice of the public hearing on the budget was properly advertised on June 1st, 2026. I would now like to introduce Town Finance Budget Officer, Ms. Thacker, to present the proposed budget.
Thank you. Okay. First, I would like to thank council and staff with helping with input with this budget. You guys are great to work with. You really are. There were 3 budget workshops, and these were all public before, as we were trying to put together the budget for the fiscal year 26-27. We have prepared a budget message, and it is included in the packet with the proposed budget. And I'm going to go over just the summary pages of the general fund and the water. I won't go line by line. Okay, so for the Town of Stokesdale General Fund category summary for 2026-2027 fiscal year budget proposal. The proposed budget for Section A revenue, total revenue is $474,000. Section B expenses, our total expenses are $718,029.13. Section C, which is the reimbursement from the Water Enterprise Fund for shared overhead. The total overhead reimbursement from the Water Enterprise Fund is $244,029.13. When you add that revenue back in, you now have a balanced budget for the general fund. Any questions on the general fund before I move to the water? Okay, I'll move to the water. Yep.
I'm sorry, Kim. Not necessarily hit every single line item because there's like 30 or 40, but
Thank you.
would you mind just going over the categories that make up, the revenue?
Yes. Yes, I will. For the Section A revenue, under the local operating revenue, this is the state collected revenue utilities, is $294,000. Beer and wine excise tax is $27,500. Planning and zoning fees, $26,000. Solid waste disposal, $3,000. Contributions and donations is $6,500. Town hall and park facility rentals, $7,000. Greensboro Jamestown profit shares, $3,000, and miscellaneous is $1,000, making the total local operating revenue $368,000. The total local non-operating revenue, which is our investment earnings, and we are averaging 3.3%, is $106,000. And then the non-operating revenue is $0.
And one comment about the investment earnings, most of that, I don't believe all, but most of it is already locked in. The rates are already locked in for next fiscal year on that cycle time. Not most. I mean, not all, though. Thank you, Kim.
Okay, and then we'll move to the water. I'll do the same with this one as well. The Town of Stokesdale Water Enterprise Fund category summary for 2026-2027 fiscal year budget proposal. Section A revenue proposed budget. Total revenue is $3,575,265.90. Section B expenses. Our total expenses are $3,575,265.90. And I won't do line item by line item. However, in the revenue, for the total local operating revenue, we have $903,000. Investment earnings, $65,000. And then the total non-operating revenue, which is our grant and intergovernmental transfers, is $2,607,265.90. Are there any questions on the water enterprise account?
No, ma'am,
I'm
thank
here.
you.
Thank you, Kim.
Okay.
Just some other items of note. The property tax rate remains at 0, and for the general fund, we are not pulling any money from, we're not budgeted to pull any money from our reserves.
That is correct, yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any further questions from the council on those? Okay, I'd like to open the floor to any members of the public present in the Stokesdale Town Hall, council chambers who wish to provide comments regarding the proposed budget. Are there any? Does not appear to be any. So I now declare this public hearing closed. Okay, at this time, we'll move on to agenda item number 9, which is discussion of the Town of Stokesdale schedule of fees and charges for fiscal year 2026-27.
Mr. Mayor, if you'd back up a minute, would you, for those in the audience and who may be listening, would you explain when council will be voting to approve the budget?
Yes, we will be voting by ordinance. It is required by statute that we will be voting on an ordinance, later adopting the budget.
Thank you.
And I would just also like to add just a quick comment too with regard to when we open the floor to comments, I was specific to say those in attendance, and that is a requirement that only those present have an opportunity to make comments in the open forum at this time. You can't do that to those listening online or video or through video.
So this next item is mine, Mr. Mayor. It's concerning the fee schedule for next fiscal year. Outside of water-related fee adjustments, we have made very little adjustments in our fee schedule really since 2020. At the same time, you know, like everybody else's, our expenses have gone up in some categories pretty significantly. So I do believe it's worthy of a look by the town council. If you look at what I've put together in red, I've made just a suggestion of what I believe would be reasonable increases on some items, not all, but some items. There is one item under water fees that I would like to discuss, but this is mostly pertains to business outside of the Stokesdale water system. So I hope you've had an opportunity to review that. I can just go line item by line item, and you know, the first thing on there is just making copies. Right now we charge 25 cents per page. I'm suggesting we charge 15 cents for black and white and 30 cents for color. And the notary fees, to increase that from $10 to $12.50 per signature. We give thumb drives for out occasionally for public record requests. Those are $5. To increase that to $7.50 per USB drive. I'll stop there. Those are administration fees. Do you guys have any input on any of those recommendations?
The ones you just covered are the ones.
Well, I'm taking it a chunk at a time, Tim.
Okay,
So just the 3.
Okay, good. I'm chill with that.
Okay. All right. I'm just gonna put a check mark there for what it's worth.
Can I do have a comment?
Okay.
I was understanding, Robbie can correct me, I think notary fees are mandated by the state. I think they're capped at $10 per signature.
I believe that's right. They may have increased it, but I'm pretty sure that's correct.
Only $10? I thought they were less than that.
I don't think you can deviate.
Yeah,
Well, I'm proposing an amount less than that.
I thought you said $12.50.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the USB. I did put $12.50. Chuck,
Yeah, you can only charge whatever the state mandates.
It's not a free market on those, right?
No.
Okay, so looks like in North Carolina, the legal notary fee is $10 for principal signature, Electronic notarizations are 15. I don't have an electronic notary.
Okay.
it's
So,
10.
so that one's easy. We'll scratch that out. Thank you for pointing that out, Jim. I had no idea. All right, that brings us next to the facility use fees, the ball fields and volleyball courts. Right now, we have a $10 per hour fee. That's the resident fee. I'm proposing that increase to $12.50 per hour. The cost of maintenance and landscaping, of course, has gone up, probably a little more than that. But and then we have the non-resident fee of $15 per hour, and I'm proposing $40 an hour there. I think there should be more of a favorable rate than there is now for town of Stokesdale residents. Similarly, the ball field lights, that's just to use, the lights on the field, that's $30 per hour. That's the resident fee, and I'm proposing an outside rate of $60 per hour. Next, we come to our picnic shelters. Current rate for the residential fee is $25 for 4 hours. Residents can get the shelter for $50 for the full day. I'm recommending what I believe is a modest increase from $25 to $30 for 4 hours, and from $50 to $60 for a full day. Then when we go to the non-resident, I'm recommending the $25 for 4 hours increase to $60 and $120 for a full day. That is the next chunk. Anybody got any comments, questions, concerns?
Mr. Foy, have we been getting a power bill for the lights long enough to have any idea what they're actually costing the town to
I did an
operate?
exercise back in November, and it seemed like we were neutral.
Okay. Thank you for that.
We do, of course, you've probably seen on the news and emails and elsewhere that the Utilities Commission will likely approve an amount for the electricity to go up. I don't know what that'll be yet. I don't know if it's been announced.
I just wouldn't want it to get too far out of balance.
No, I agree. That's it merits further study as we've gone along, because like I say, it's been since the fall, but I found it to be pretty neutral.
I do have a question. So does this encapsulate the price for the field if they are using the field and the lights?
What do we do today?
Today, it's both. So
It includes, I would want to mirror what we do today,
Okay.
just bring that rate up.
okay.
We've been adding daylight rental plus the light fee per
That's
hour,
right.
right?
That's right. So they pay for the field and they pay for the lights.
Okay, that's what I would favor continuing to do.
Okay.
Last call for any comments or, well, not last call, you can bring it up anytime, but if there's no further questions or comments about the facility use fees, I will move on to the town hall fees. That brings us to this room right here, the community room. The rental for, price today for that, for the resident fee is $75, proposing that increase to $100. The non-resident fee today is $100, proposing that increase to $200. However, today, nonprofits, resident nonprofits can get this room, rent this room for no fee, and nonprofits that are not resident of Stokesdale can rent it for $100. I would like to propose that we add some verbiage to nonprofits. I would suggest we add any government agency, a board of elections, or resident HOA, and couple those three entities with nonprofits, and they be charged that same nonprofit local rate.
Would you consider putting a limit per month on that usage for free?
So great point, and kind of the last bullet point there, and I probably should have put it up, but just in parentheses in red, I added that limit 1 free reservation per month.
Good, we're on the same thought then.
Is that marked on our facilities use agreement right now?
No.
1 free use per month. I was thinking we had it like 2 free uses per year or something like that at one time. So there's nothing on a facilities use agreement?
Yeah,
Not
Tim,
that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I'm not aware of anything either, but
Maybe
I
that was something in the past.
that you know, to put one limit on it. We can certainly discuss that. Let's see, what else? Board of Elections can use the kitchen at no charge during on-site voting. I've got a sentence in there that suggests Board of Elections charge $50 and a cleaning fee per on-site voting day. I was actually going to suggest that I added a word to that, per early on-site voting day. In some election cycles, they do have early voting in this building.
We have been able to collect extra cleaning fees from the state Board of Elections. Let's don't short circuit us out of that.
Well,
here by accident.
So, and that's the intent of that. We've been able to do it, but to the best of my knowledge, it's not part of a fee schedule or a motion adopted by this council. We did it and they paid it.
So I can speak to that. So council had made the decision to authorize our cleaner at the time to give us a quote to clean the room and the bathrooms for that early voting period. It was approved, it was paid, and then I sent that to the Board of Elections, and they sent the town a reimbursement check.
Okay.
I made that motion, I think.
Okay.
They tell us they're gonna have early voting here. They don't ask us. We don't have the option of opting out.
That's absolutely right.
But they do, they are perfectly willing to pay any extra costs that they incur for us, like cleaning or, I guess, staff costs to unlock the building or something like that. And so I think we should avail ourselves of the opportunity to recover that, so we don't have to pay those extra cleaning costs.
And I think that's what this sentence does. Certainly, there's a couple ways to skin this, and we could do it via a vote of council we could do it just like we did last time, or we could just have it simply in the fee schedule.
I don't think it needs to go on the fee schedule.
Okay.
But did you mean so if we have a 10-day early voting period, are you saying $50 per day?
Mm-hmm. So $500.
Okay.
I'm just fine killing it from the fee schedule. We just got to recover.
I don't think it's a big deal, except if we have a big rainy day when people coming in voting, I have an idea we're going to have some cleaning issues, a lot of feet.
As long as we do the cleaning, you know, for a good presentation, safe location for early voting, and the Board of Election pays for that, I'm fine. There's a couple different approaches here. So we'll kill this, but let's not lose that opportunity should it arise again.
Mr. Wagner, refresh our memory. Do you know approximately what the fee was that we actually incurred on that?
I don't. It's been so many years. Ms.
Was
Thacker
it
may be-
$50? Was it in the ballpark of the $50 we're talking about, or more or less? Do you know?
Ms. Thacker's going to pull it up and see what that income was. I remember the specifics of the quote were for Ms. Willard to come here on a more frequent basis to clean the room, clean the restrooms, pick up trash, things like that. What that exact cost was, I just can't remember, but I think we should find it.
And I just did the $50 kind of adds up to her monthly rate.
We can handle this the same way going forward, just by making a motion at a meeting prior to that election and cover our cleaning costs, I think.
And that's perfectly good with me.
It seemed to work out the last time.
All right. Is there any further discussion?
Why are we doubled the community room for non-residents, but we didn't do it for the nonprofits, the non-resident nonprofits?
Well, I'll be honest, that was more of an oversight than an intentional omission.
Good time to fix it.
All right, what's your suggestion?
Whatever you did with the other, I guess. I mean, if you're gonna double one, double the other.
200?
Yeah.
So no, where are we at?
Wrong. Nonprofits for
Non-resident.
non-residents.
Non-resident.
Yeah.
What are they reserving?
So to summarize the three changes that we've talked about so far, we're going to leave the notary fee signature alone. Those remain $10. We're going to strike the Board of Elections cleaning fee. And we are going to potentially increase the nonprofit outside resident rental fee for the community room from $100 to $200.
Okay, gotcha.
That brings us to planning and zoning.
And before you get there, I'll just say the cost of that was $350 for the cleaning of the chambers for that extra early voting period.
On the renting the room, what's the time on that? I mean, is that from what time to what time? They take it all day and all night, or?
So, I mean, really, they could. There's no time limit. I mean,
Okay.
An example, when they're a local nonprofit, but when Parks and Rec has team pictures, they'll be up here, on a Saturday from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. For an HOA, they might only need it for 2 hours.
Yeah.
So it very much varies.
Well,
but
I'm
the
talking about
price-
somebody who rents it, like
Right.
for a party or something. Can they they can come in whatever time they want to and leave at whatever time? We don't have any limits on it, is all I'm saying.
Normally, they'll let Priscilla know, but from a cost perspective, there's no differential between 1 hour and 10.
Yeah.
That's the way it is today, Jimmy. I mean, it don't have to be that way.
Well, I'm not saying, I'm just saying, somebody could, you could.
Do you want to discuss it, consider that any
I
further?
mean, I'm okay. We haven't had any issues with it or anything, and,
Somewhere.
I mean, I can see all kinds of issues with quite a bit of this. I mean, like, we need to have a meeting, emergency meeting or special call meeting. We've had that, come up, or our committee meetings. We're juggling our business around renting rooms. And
I mean, normally we do know the hours of the rental.
yeah.
An example, well, never mind.
It hadn't been too big,
Yeah.
big a deal or anything.
That brings us to
If it
planning.
is that way,
Yep. That brings us to planning and zoning fees. Again, those have remained flat for a long time. Except where noted, I'm suggesting a 10% increase across the board. So you can 10% those figures and see what that would be. One thing I would like to talk about is our current fee for a Board of Adjustment or other quasi-judicial cases is $250 per case. Given the amount of staff time and attorney time required for such items, that's low. I think that's very low. I think $750 per case is more reasonable. I understand that's a pretty drastic increase, but $250 doesn't even come close to paying, for the expense that it is for us. And then I noted change of use site plan review. And I want to discuss this because right now it's $300 per case, but I'm not sure what all is entailed of that. Is that a reasonable number? Is it low? How frequent is this done? Are these rare? So that's what I wanted to discuss.
So you're proposing $1,000 per case?
No. Where are you looking?
On page 2 of 4, site plan review fees, $1,000 per case plus $100 per thousand.
I mean, that
gross floor area.
that's what it is today, right, Robbie? I mean, I didn't change it.
Let's see, site plan review. Site plan review fees. That's what it is today. That's correct. So currently today, a site plan review fee is $1,000 per case plus $100 for each 1,000 gross floor area.
Okay.
Just making sure we're on the same sheet of music here, buddy, but
Okay, so I see why.
not sure.
This is the one we need to look at. Proposed.
All right.
I'll say my packet was a little
I'll just
out of
follow
order.
along with
If we
y'all.
do
We'll
it
get there.
like
Here,
variance, we have to
here,
do a board of adjustment, is that right?
You'll find it. You'll see.
Board of adjustment.
Proposed 611. That's the one. I have.
Thank you. Excuse me.
While Tim's getting caught up, I'd just like to give my opinion on the $750 per case. My concern would be that it would discourage citizens, that may have a need to file a case. It would discourage them and price them out of that ability to do it. And I know that it costs us time, but that's what we're elected for, and that's what we You know, I'm not opposed to an increase, but I think 750 is a little extreme, thinking about if you were gonna come up here, and we've had a couple of citizens file, you know, the fence
Yeah,
and the setback rules.
Yeah.
And, I mean, those are not businesses, those are citizens that, you know, needed to file. I think 750 may be a little extreme there.
okay.
I'll tell you the truth, I don't, that's one I don't really want to touch, because that is, you take it, somebody wants to move a driveway or something, that's a lot of money to, well, you take the folks that was wanting to do a fence, or the folks that were wanting to put their garage, that's a lot of money to come in here and then get denied too.
Well,
It is.
I'd rather,
We've got a case going on, recently that's gone on that, I'd venture to say we got 1,500 to 2,000 tied up in that one case.
really,
I'm estimating. I can pull some attorney
doing
bills
it
and
now?
tell you exactly.
and we already heard it.
No, the planning board heard it.
Well,
And I'm ballparking here, but I
Yeah.
do know that it was a timely endeavor,
We're talking about
the waiver.
waiver, all that issue, yeah.
Well, now, a waiver that is not a board of adjustment. Is that right?
And
Isn't
that's
that
why
what
it
you just told?
says Board of Adjustment or other quasi-judicial cases. So before,
Right.
we didn't have something specifically for waivers, even though they were quasi-judicial. So that's
Right.
why the language or other quasi-judicial cases.
Is there some way that we could do it to where if there were other expenses, I mean, just to do the case, because, I mean, a lot of folks are just gonna come in here with well, like the guy with a fence.
Yeah, no, I totally see
Very,
what you're
very
saying.
simple. But if it costs more, I mean, of course, then I would expect it to be more. So is there some kind of way that we could have the initial fee, and then if there was a more cost, you know, to it, then, you know, it could go into the fee schedule. I mean, I don't know how you do that. But this is something that the individuals,
Are you saying like a commercial versus
Or divided by
non-commercial?
subject matter. So for example, if you were concerned about setbacks, driveways, locations, fence locations.
well, individual property owners, I mean, you know, you're talking about $750 is a lot of money for somebody that maybe wants to put a garage in front of their house because, you know, they're, and I hate to even have to come before it, but, you know, and it is what it is, but, you know, throw $750 out like that,
Yeah, I mean, I totally hear what you're saying. And again, I'm fine with anything. I do want to point out that this is one where we can have quite a bit of money tied up into. But you are absolutely coming from the right place and looking out for the, you know, the
normally we
individual.
don't, though.
Say
If you
what?
think about the cases we've had, now you're talking about that one case that's going on. That's kind of a rare case. These other cases we've had have, you know, they've been pretty simple. And so, yeah, I don't think all of them, but I don't know, maybe you could do one, you know, commercial and residential. I don't know.
Or subject matter, you know, setbacks is one issue versus the waiver was dealing with trying to get an exception for the cul-de-sac rule, which was not a setback issue. So you could say, you know, setbacks will be this issue, one price, but if it's.
You've had a list like that of something that you knew that was gonna cost more money to do it.
Yeah.
But, you know, if a guy decides, you know, he wants to, what'd that guy want to do? A building or something?
The
But I mean, it's
cul-de-sac,
just-
it was a
I mean,
cul-de-sac issue.
Well, no, I'm talking about, that's the one you're talking about, cost all the money.
Right.
Yeah.
He's referring to last month, or last year, there was one about a garage. He wanted to build a detached garage to his home on Stokesdale. And the problem was that the size of the garage was gonna cut into the setbacks.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with what Jimmy's saying there. What's fresh on my mind is what's fresh on my mind, and $250 is not, you know, that's a.
Mr. Winfrey, we can always adjust these
Yeah.
fees and his fee schedule by vote at any time. Is that correct?
So why don't we strike that, and Chuck, maybe we'll
And-
look into that.
Well, we gotta keep it where it's at then. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, and then go on to the next one.
All right.
How about 300, and we can say we did something?
I mean, that's fine too.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go along with that. I mean, Tim's wanting to hit the poor man again, but That's okay.
Well, I think that the
Another way-
next one,
Another way to look at it is to, make sure we're keeping up with our expenses.
Oh, yeah, no, I agree. I wish we could figure a way out to.
So we might be able to, Anyway.
I'm just always concerned about those with lesser means having equal access to the system and the process. And at the end of the day, those with money get anything they want. While the rest, have to do the best they can. The greatest example of this I know of is David Couch and the de-annexation of a big chunk of Summerfield. The site plan review fee here, that's $1,000 per case. We discussed this at a previous budget meeting a little bit, and we discussed a specific location at a retail location. And I went out there and took a look at that. I didn't talk to anybody, but charging those folks $1,000 to make that little bit of change on their own property with their own money is, to my mind's eye, robbery.
well, this works both ways. If we're charging too much, I think we have an obligation to correct that too. Could you
Well,
expand more about what that is for?
If I may, this is one of the things that impacts a small business. Let's just say this could apply to a restaurant trying to move their dumpster pad, 25 feet, or a fence, or those sorts of things. We talk about wanting small businesses to operate in Stokesdale, but yet if somebody has one and they need to make a change to it, we're not helping them any with this kind of hit on their budget to make a simple change on their property. I'm just saying, I understand we got expenses in this building that, are just skyrocketing, and I got that part. But I just kind of come down in support of the small business guy.
And that's fine. What do you think's reasonable here?
I think that should go back to at least $500 instead of $1,000.
I'm certainly fine trying it. I mean, is it a staff-intensive process?
It's not something that we do here at the town. It's something that Guilford County TRC does. So for an example, if someone submits a site plan for a garage, then it's $1,000 plus $100 for the gross floor area there. That goes to Guilford County TRC. They review it, and then the site plan goes before the town planning board for approval. If it's a minor site plan, it doesn't have to. If it's a major site plan, it does. It goes to the town planning board for approval. So that's where that stands.
I mean, some of these companies, they're national companies or even global companies. I guess they're, got deep pockets, but when it comes to the little guy, it's just got one location, they've, there's less and less mom and pops, and I'm just saying this kind of thing doesn't help them any.
You proposing 500?
I am.
Fellas, any thoughts here? All right.
But keep the $100 per 1,000 square feet.
Yeah, that's been like that for, back when I did one, it was 20 years ago, it was that same thing, $100 square foot. I mean,
The part of this I don't like that's so egregious is the $1,000 starting point. Okay. $100 per 1,000, so if there was 3,000 feet affected, then that'd be $300.
Okay.
Plus the 500.
So I'm going to note, this is the fifth change, and I'll go back and summarize all the changes, but moving from 1,000 to 500. And I think the last thing that I wanted to discuss was, in the event that, this is water related, so I'm on page 5 of the document. In the event that we need to have a re-inspection from our, from Hazen and Sawyer or our water engineer after a failed initial inspection from a subdivision, that is incremental cost to the town, and I think we need to somehow reflect that is going to be passed on to the developer. How would you word that, Chuck? because I don't have a certain amount, because I don't know what the certain amount may be if Hazen or the water engineers need to come back out there for any subsequent inspections.
We're looking for the plan review fees, is that what you're talking about? For
So on the very last page, there's
the water
plan.
line inspection fees?
That's correct, yep.
Mr. Ford, if we do that, are we limiting the town's position? Because we can never know what we may face down the road, and from one case to another. You know, we could be dealing with a subdivision with 5 lots versus one with 50 and have a problem. The magnitude monetarily is vastly different between those two.
And that's where I struggle to assign a dollar figure. I think it needs to correlate with the reinspection cost.
Well, Mr. Winfrey went to law school, not me, but I feel like the town's position is already protected in the statute. Is that a safe statement, Mr. Winfrey?
Well, it's ambiguous. I mean, the way it's worded now, water line inspection fees, if you pay it once, then you get multiple inspections until you pass. So I guess you could eliminate that by saying $1 per linear foot per inspection. So if there's a reinspection, is that the concern?
We do already control the release for the platting and or turning the water on. So I guess there's, you know, we're the 300-pound gorilla in that regard. And so I just would hate to put a number in here that at some point in the future, we might wish we had been a little more liberal with, because it winds up limiting us trying to solve a problem. See what I'm saying?
I'm not sure I'm following you. So if there's I guess the question is if we have multiple inspections for the same line, is that the question?
After a failed inspection. I mean, in the inspection process, they'll come out at different stages of the process, but after the final inspection, if there's a failure that requires a subsequent final inspection, if you will. But because they're not doing that subsequent final inspection for free.
Mr. Ford, we'd basically be writing in a cure for someone that wasn't following the rules at all, and I just don't feel like that's necessary. You see what I'm saying?
Well, kind of, but we're also writing in authorization for staff to go ahead and invoice what's proper.
So I guess I'm
well.
Freeing up the process. So if the process now, I'm assuming, is they call for inspection, our engineer goes out to do an inspection. The engineer may say, either A, you're fine, or B, you're not fine, and you need to fix X, Y, and Z. And when I'll come back out, give you a week to do X, Y, and Z, and we'll come back out a second time.
Okay, somewhere about the 3rd or the 4th reinspection, maybe we need to call it a reinspection fee and put that in the fee schedule, and just word it as a reinspection fee, plus any additional engineering or legal cost. Would that work, you think?
How about a flat reinspection fee of $500 plus the $1 per linear foot? I'm pulling the numbers out of the air here, but there needs to be something, and I mean, I would like for us to recover every penny that is associated with that reinspection. And that's where I struggle with a fixed figure.
I've been around the palace here like 11 or 12 years or something like that, and only recently has the town really had a problem with communication and not being able to get cooperation. So, I mean...
Yep, and when things like that happen, they start hitting agenda items.
Well, I just feel like we're possibly limiting ourselves.
Do you have another suggestion of how this should be handled? Because, as you said recently, so this is an ongoing issue.
We could say per reinspection or follow-up visits I mean, it may be considered the same inspection, but it's multiple visits to the same site that we're paying for. Is that?
It's the reinspection after the final inspection. The final inspection, the implication is that, hey, should be good to go. But if there are blatant failures, that's a pain point for the town, because the town's contracted engineer needs to come back out and reinspect it and prepare the report. And that comes at a cost, and it's the town's cost, and I think that we should be able to recover every penny of it.
Well, we got one of the best lawyers in this part of the state. I'm satisfied that he can handle this as is.
Well, I mean, if you publish a rate of schedules, we're kind of stuck with that.
Yeah, so you're saying, and I'm hearing you, I'm listening. You're saying that this could potentially handcuff us.
It's just my opinion, but
No,
I have been party to a few inspections in the past here and there. And basically, the government's always holding the cards. The authority having jurisdiction is the 300-pound gorilla.
Yeah.
And that is the town's position with what we do here with these water main inspections, subdivision inspections. So we already have a lot of leverage. And so let's don't put something down on the fee schedule that we might regret later that limits Mr. Winfrey's ability to protect the town of Stokesdale.
What does the county do when they come out? I hadn't had anything done in years, like electrical inspection or plumbing inspection. If they fail it, what do?
You gotta fix it, and then you call for a reinspection. It's not a good idea to continually having them running out and you not solve your problem. They'll pull the permit.
It's more of a fixed cost, I would think, because it's a staff member from the county that's coming out to do some of these inspections. So I would argue there's very little incremental cost.
It'll reach a point where you get a stop work order.
What I'm asking, do they charge for a reinspection? I mean,
I don't know the answer to that, but
town should know it.
I got a bill a few months ago because they came out and looked at my septic tank. It was like $150, and I wasn't even doing any projects or anything. I think the town hall got one too.
The reinspection fee is not really what a contractor has been worrying about. He's worrying about his job is at a standstill, and he's got to finish. He can't just stop and go do another job and get paid. So there's a built-in motivation to cure the problem and have it reinspected.
You're going down the road I'm not trying to go down. I'm just asking a question. If the inspection fails for the county, do they charge for them to come back out?
No.
Okay.
But if you continually run them out for a reinspection and don't solve the problem, eventually you're going to get a stop work order.
Yeah. Okay.
And
that's all I was asking. I'm not saying to do it that way because we're different. They've got them on the payroll and we don't. I just asked just a simple question.
Do my best, Mr. Landers.
All right.
So
So
do you have any
Mr. Forrest,
recommendations here?
You're not concerned about the scenario where they come out and say, I won't pass it to X, Y, and Z, and then they come out a second time after they've done X, Y, and Z and pass it. You're concerned about a final inspection that's failed.
That's right. Because, throughout the process, I understand that there's going to be different points of the construction and different inspections.
Right.
But, they're going to make recommendations if they need there. But, when you get down to brass tacks for a final inspection and that fails, to Tim's point, the contractor is going to be eager to get that repaired. But that comes at a cost to the town because our vendor, not a staff member, an engineering service, and it's, they're great, but we pay.
So we could put, I guess let me think about this, but we could have a provision that says, on a reinspection, you'll just pay whatever cost the town incurs, you'll pay us for it.
Yeah.
Plus 10% for staff time? Because staff time's kind of hard to quantify.
Yeah,
Well, some of these things are subject to interpretation. I don't think we can get away with charging a reinspection fee every time we turn something down that needs to be modified, changed, or tweaked a little bit. There ends the problem. You know, it's some of these building projects and codes are quite complex, and you can get two different inspectors or engineers that have a little bit different interpretation that can lead to something being turned down.
Or it could be the most elementary thing in the world.
True.
So, Chuck, any advice here? You kind of see where
yeah, I see
I'm
where
going
you're
out.
wanting to go. I don't want to try to draft on the fly here, and
Well, should we revisit it?
yeah, we can always revisit the whole thing. You know, we revisit the fee schedule any time, and we could say we want to revisit these water line inspection fees at the July meeting, but go ahead and adopt the other schedules and then come back to that one in July.
Why don't we do that, fellas? And I think I can get a motion, hopefully, that would address everybody's concerns. So I'm going to put it out there. I'm going to make a motion that we adopt the fee schedule as proposed in your packet, dated June the 11th, 2026, with 6 exceptions. The first exception is going to be that the notary fees will remain at $10 per signature. The second exception is going to be that non-resident nonprofits will increase from $100 to $200. The third exception is that we are going to strike the proposed verbiage of Board of Elections charging $50 cleaning per on-site visit. The fourth exception is that the Board of Adjustments in quasi-judicial cases will increase from $250 to $300. The fifth exception is going to be that the site plan reviews will decrease from $1,000 per case to $500 per case. The sixth exception, nope, it's not needed because I'm not proposing anything. I just noted that we needed to discuss it. So with those 5 exceptions, and I believe that covers everyone's concerns and what we've discussed.
So just to be clear on the site plan inspection review fees, it's $500 per case plus $100 per 1,000 feet.
Right, Tim? That's what we talked about.
Yeah, 500 plus. So, I'll second the motion, and thank you for the homework on it.
Yeah, good job. Good job. We have a motion and a second. We have any further discussion? I'll call for a question and we'll vote. Mr. Rigsby.
Aye.
Mr. Foy.
Aye.
Mr. Landrith.
Aye.
Mr. Jones.
How about,
And I am also aye. Okay, that brings us to agenda item number 10, and that is consideration of the Town of Stokesdale ordinance number 0-2026-02, and that's 26-27 fiscal year budget ordinance.
Mr. Mayor, I'll start it out with a motion. It's with gratitude to staff and my colleagues for putting together a good budget for next year. I think things are going to be tight for next year, but I'm going to go ahead, share my thanks, and move that we adopt ordinance number O-2026-02, which is the 2026-27 fiscal year budget ordinance.
And I'll second that.
It incorporates the schedule of fees we just approved,
So
or the schedule of fees.
the motion itself is going to change the schedule of fees, except for with the 5 exceptions.
Right.
I'd like to make a few comments. I think our process has gone well. I especially like to thank Mr. Boyd for his dedication to our spreadsheets. He's usually 3 steps ahead of us because he's just so fast. But he is an asset and handy at these budget meetings. My 2 big objections and problems with this budget have nothing to do with who prepared it or the town staff. It's just simply that it supports sidewalk building and by extension a property tax, and that's where my concern comes from, although there's no property tax this year. And the field trips that are in this budget to send various people to other places in the state, I don't really like that so much either. I often hear, we want to be like other towns, and I know some people do, but I don't see Stokesdale that way. I see Stokesdale as its own unique town, and one of the things that I like about Stokesdale is that it's not like other towns, and I don't want to turn it into some of these other towns. They have a lot of problems. So, thank you.
Just a comment. I appreciate everything you said, Tim. I think we have different perspectives on some of those items. I would just like to point out that the field trips that you're referencing, they are, certification classes that staff go to. We'll be voting later in the meeting for Robbie to attend a class, I believe, in Wilmington and one in Chapel Hill as well. That's ongoing classes for recertification and continuous education. So, I do think that there's merit in those expenses, and I respect your opinion on sidewalks as well.
Okay. So noted. Any
I'd
addition- go
like
ahead.
to make my normal comment that I am opposed to $1,200 for the deputy. They have not taken advantage of it in the last year, and we've rerouted traffic, added stoplights, and we're still offering $1,200 for deputy to come up here. They should be doing this on their own time that we're paying taxes. As our taxes go up, and I just feel like that should be part of the normal duties of the sheriff's office, not an extra fee that we have to pay. So.
It just goes, hear what you're saying, in November that might change. Who knows? I respect what you're saying. I also, understand that it may come to an end, but I would like to see how it goes, and just that first week of school go smoothly. I don't disagree with anything that you're saying, but I think it's money spent in the public purpose and safety. So, it's something we've done. I absolutely hear what you're saying and agree.
I guess some of my concern would be, how are we going to know if the changes that we put into place are going to work if we don't allow them to work? If we have a deputy out there to assist, how do we know our changes are going to work?
I think it'd be good to get feedback from that deputy. Chances are, the deputy would have worked previous years up there, be familiar enough with Stokesdale, and he can give us some honest feedback. He might say that traffic light's not worth a darn, or he might say, different. We don't know, but he will be out there for that 3-hour duration of school drop-off.
I'm sorry, from what I recall of that conversation, and I'm old and forgetful, I admit it, I got that disease. I thought we discussed this in the light of we'd put it in the budget and hope that the changes that had been implemented by the Guilford County Schools and NCDOT would solve the school drop-off and pickup problem. That's what I remember, that we would put the money in the budget and hope we didn't have to use it for the deputy. And you give me the impression that you think we made a decision to go ahead with the deputy.
No, and maybe I misspoke.
I was speaking to Mr. Ford.
Yeah. Well,
No, I didn't mean to imply that, but at the same time, having it in the budget does imply that. Now, we would need to make a separate vote. I think that's what you're talking about. I do agree with that.
When the time comes, I think we should. And none of us want to see a kid run over anything. We all understand that. It's just some aggravation with the Guilford County Schools and our sheriff down in Greensboro. So.
Y'all don't remember the motion, I don't believe it was made.
To put it in the budget?
To put in the budget, and then, I was supposed to take care of it, whether we did it or not.
Okay, that helps me.
You know, and that, did the principal, she actually sent a letter in, didn't she, asked for it? So I assume that they're gonna ask for it, so.
Yeah, just,
But that was the way it was, that's the way, was that not the way the motion was?
that sounds familiar now that you mentioned it, it sure
It
does.
was. It was, but I mean, if you wanna change it, you can change it.
Mr.
Three votes
Risby,
change
is it your
anything.
motion to amend the budget by taking that $1,200 out, or you just?
No, it's not my motion to amend it, but, I would like to have a vote before we spend it, as discussed, and, I just don't want to, I want to give a chance for what we've put into place to work. I don't know how we do that at this point, but, without having them out there, but, I don't know. Maybe we have a discussion before that time comes with the, local zone, supervisor to see if they could supply a deputy for the first day or so just to monitor it. And if we feel like we need it after that, then we could go ahead and employ it. I don't know.
I don't know if you was here for the vote or not, but we voted for that. You know, if that happened, then we wouldn't get a sheriff. I don't know if we made a vote for that.
Right, but what I'm saying is, at what point, just in preparation for the event, you know, we know it's the beginning of school, as I say, it's August 15th. We're gonna have to vote prior to that to authorize that money. And then once we authorize that money, it's kind of a given that we've got to put it out on the bid system. And if they sign up for it, they're gonna expect to work and get paid for it.
Certainly.
I just don't see a viable option there of doing both, waiting to see and being prepared if we have to.
Well, I think this discussion, we're going to have this discussion because it's going to come up for a vote either in the July or August meeting. And I think, you know, it'll be a good discussion item for them.
I mean, if y'all want to do it,
I will vote
on
for
it, that's fine. I mean,
I will vote for it if it's requested by the school.
Yeah, go back and look at what we voted on. We've already voted on it. On
Mr.
how to handle it.
This sounds very familiar to me now that Mr. Landers has reminded me of it. That I think he's spot on.
You know, if we can get a sheriff to come out without pay, or she says she don't need one or whatever, then we won't use it.
But she's you know, she's preparing for the worst because she knows she has to put the request in, which, you know, she can't wait till the last day either. That's my only crux with this is, you know, we can't, it's just gonna be tough to wait till that week to see if it works or not and have a backup plan and have a deputy in place to move forward with that without a vote early on. And, I don't know. I just have fundamental, we've put a lot of money and a lot of time into redesigning that road and redesigning the stoplights. We should know now if it's gonna work or not, as far as the timing on the lights and things like that. Are we having any issues with morning traffic now? Does anybody know if it's improved at all?
I mean, yeah,
I'm sure it's improved.
It has improved.
You know,
I think
they have some of the
finally got
initial
lights
things.
sync.
The first week of
the
school,
lights
they always have
synchronized.
some.
There's people that still don't like waiting 30 seconds, myself included. But I mean, you know,
That's my only thing is at some point we just gotta let the lights work and see what happens. So, but we can vote later and talk about it next meeting.
Robbie, find that, I know you can't find it right now probably, but just find that motion sooner or later and maybe about the next meeting.
And maybe send it to all of
It's
us.
just like me, this is some things in this, some of these things in this budget I don't like. I'm still gonna vote for the budget. I don't like part of this, the transportation plan, I'm pretty much agreement with, it wouldn't hurt to have some crosswalks and things. I'm not throwing sidewalks in people's yards, you know, of course, you know, I'm not gonna not vote for the budget because that's in it. There's other things that I feel like's bloated a little bit, but, and I don't like, I think the sheriff's department should do the deputy too. There's things in there I don't like, but that's okay, because I'm not supposed to like everything, and nobody here is supposed to like everything. But we piecemealed it, we all met with all these meetings, and that's what we come up with, so I'll be voting for the budget with there's things in it I like or don't like. And we can revisit the other thing, because, I mean, we're not gonna stop the budget, I hope, because of that. And you can pull up what the motion was and everything, Robbie, for the next meeting, if you would, please.
And just a caveat, Robbie, if you would, reach out to the zone commander for this area and see if they're willing to come and discuss that at the next meeting. Because we've done a lot of talking over the last few years, but we've never actually asked the Sheriff's Department if they would be willing to participate in that without it being an off-duty
I
assignment.
agree with that. I think we should. That'd be a good thing.
We did ask one year.
Yeah, we did ask, but, and she may end up, you know, who knows? It's just, it's not a lot. I mean, we put, you know, I mean, I know we like to watch our pennies because dollars take care of themselves, but that is something that, that first week of school is, you know, pretty tough on. And maybe this will be the last time that we have to do it, and we may not even have to do it, so. But I agree with you, if we get somebody out here and ask them. Agree 100%.
Okay. Ready for a vote? Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landrith?
Aye?
Mr. Jones?
I'm nay.
And I am aye. Okay. Moving on to agenda item number 11. Consideration of a revised cost proposal for the repair and testing of the backflow preventers at the interconnection between the town of Stokesdale's water system and Winston-Salem Forsyth County's water system. Okay, as you will recall, during a regular meeting on May the 14th, our last town council meeting, we approved the cost proposal number 103 dated May 6th, 2026, submitted by Shane Burton of After Five Backflows in the amount of $1,270. And this was for the repair and testing of the town's backflow preventer located at the interconnection between the town of Stokesdale's water system and the Winston-Salem Forsyth County water system. On May the 29th, Town Administrator, Town Clerk, Mr. Wagner, met with Mr. Burton on site to provide access and oversee the commencement of the repair work. Robert Klontz of Klontz Backflows, who was previously the one that helped us out with this repair and inspection process, he was also present, and he had initially identified the need for repair and recommended Mr. Burton to perform the work. During the site visit, it was determined that there had been a miscommunication regarding the scope of the original proposal, and Mr. Klontz advised Mr. Burton that only one backflow preventer required repair. However, it was subsequently confirmed that both backflow preventers were in need of service. Mr. Wagner, do you want to add anything to that conversation since you were there on site with them?
Yeah, I'll be glad to speak on that. So that was a Friday morning. I met out there with Mr. Burton. Then Mr. Klontz showed up soon thereafter. Mr. Burton was explaining to me what he was going to do. We opened it up. He was kind of shocked to see that there was two backflows in there when we first opened it, but he only had the parts for one, and so he got down there to start working, and Mr. Klontz showed up and said, "You've got, I guess, seals for both, right?" And he said, "No, just one." And he said, "I thought I told you they were both messed up and wouldn't pass." And he said, "No, you just told me one." And so that's when Mr. Burton said, "Okay," he said, "well, rather than fixing one now and fixing one later, let's just stop. I'll get you a new quote, and then we'll go from there." So, and I have very limited knowledge on backflows, so I in conversation with Aaron Babson, I just said, "Is there two backflows there indeed?" And he said, "Yes, there are two." So backflow preventers, I should say.
Okay, so subsequently, Mr. Burton has prepared a revised quote to supply the materials and complete the repairs for both backflow systems or backflow preventers. And gentlemen, you have in your packet that revised quote number 103, and that is a total quote of $2,240. That does include unit pricing for the rubber kit, which is the clip-on rings, It does include the labor, and then it also includes testing and an administrative fee. With that, I would like to make the motion that we accept the revised quote and authorize for us to go ahead and proceed with getting this work completed.
I'll vote for it, or I'll second it first. I do have a question. The quote we have, the date is May 6th, so this was prepared before.
All he did was change the numbers. It's the same quote number and the
So
same.
we got the right dollar figure.
Correct. Everything on there is accurate. It's
That's
just-
my only question. Thank you,
yeah.
Robbie.
Yeah, it's just got revised on it, the new numbers, but he did not change the quote number or the date.
Okay. And again, I'll second it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ford. Do we have any other discussion?
I did a computer search earlier today to get a price range for a Wilkins 350 backflow preventer rebuild and all. And it came out significantly different. I just feel like we need to get another quote on this. I would have rather he fixed it and gotten one of them working while he was there if it needed repair. Only one of them is in service at any one time, best I recollect. We don't use both of them at the same time. It's a wishbone configuration, so one can be taken out of service for testing and repair while the other one is in service.
I assume when you said that it was significantly different, that it was lower?
Yeah, I think this is, we've paid more for less probably, but it's just enough to
How much was
cause me for concern. Well, I hate to be quoting things that I've pulled off of the internet using artificial intelligence, but just understand that's where I got this. It's $600 to $1,500 to rebuild a Wilkins 350 backflow preventer.
Who was gonna do
But
it?
it's
But
normal.
This is for,
The double-
but this is for two, right here.
Yeah, I hear you. The parts are not nearly as expensive as, from what I can glean, as listed here. So I just got I don't remember this being, last time this was done, anywhere near this expensive.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people say that.
Well, true
I don't
that
remember
for sure.
groceries being this much, but, things are more expensive.
Well, I think I recall as well that we had conversation on qualified people to perform this work. And Mr. Klontz was the one that had done it for us in the previous years when it was needed to be done, and he no longer does that kind of work. Mr. Burton does. Mr. Burton was authorized and is certified to do that, so I think that's part of the system that we are interested in with regard to qualifications and doing quality work. My only thought is that if we were to get additional quotes from this, where would we get them from? How quickly could we get those turned around? And then that doesn't guarantee that we're going to get any better pricing than this. And of course, we know that time is money. And we have been requested, I think, Winston-Salem Forsyth is told us that we needed to have this inspected and get the results to them. And that's when it failed. I don't disagree that it would be nice if we had the luxury of time to do that. But again, finding qualified people to submit.
I don't think it's a problem, but I will give up on my objection here for two quotes, Mayor, so we can move along. I apologize for interrupting y'all.
Okay, bud. Okay, any further discussion? We'll go ahead and vote. Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landreth?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
I am aye.
And I am also aye. Okay, we'll move along to the new business items. We've got number 12 here, and I do have Yeah, let me grab that.
Andy, how you been?
Yes.
Good to see you.
Come on up, Andy.
Good to see y'all. I'm Andy Larrick with Hazen and Sawyer. I'm filling in for Aaron Babson tonight. He's on vacation at the moment, and our other engineer, Kyle Pohl, who is working on one of the other projects we'll be talking about. He and his wife just had a baby last week, so he's out for a few days as well. So hopefully I can fill in well for those guys. I'll do my best to answer any questions that you have. So, but the first item we wanted to talk about is agenda item number 12, and this relates to the Highway 65 and Coldwater Road water main extension project. And as Mr. Wagner discussed early in this meeting, the project is coming along really well. The contractor is ahead of schedule. They're getting pretty close to having all of the water main installed, and we're estimating probably by mid to late July, they'll have all of the water main in the ground. All the valves and hydrants will be installed. They should have all the testing completed as far as pressure testing and chlorination and bacteriological testing, hopefully by the end of July. So now that we're at this point in the project, as soon as they complete those remaining tasks, then we can start making taps on the water line customers. So we need to reach out to the property owners along the project corridor and get a list of who all wants to have water service connections installed. So in conversations with Mr. Wagner, Aaron and I were discussing that, it would be good to kind of incentivize property owners to connect to the water line while we've got a contractor in town who can do the work to make these service connections. And I wanted to give you a little bit of background. You may remember when we bid the project, we had two line items in the contract. These were allowances for these water service connections. We had one line item for the near side connections and one for the far side connections. So a near side connection would be for properties on the same side of the road that the water line's being installed on. Far side connections would be on the opposite side of the road. So in our bid form, we had allowances of $3,500 each for near side connections and $5,500 for far side connections. And those were kind of estimated figures that we had obtained from recent projects. But after we bid the project and we have Classic City Mechanical on board as our contractor, they said they can do these taps for less than those allowance numbers. So we asked them to give us quotes to hopefully save the town some money, which they did. And they provided quotes of $2,200 for the near side connections and $3,200 for the far side connections. So we prepared two draft letters, and these are very much draft form. They can be revised however the council would like to revise them. But in that letter, or these letters are to be sent out to gauge their interest in receiving a connection. So in those draft letters, we have the town's current schedule for tap fees, meter installation, the capacity use fee, and the water deposit fee. So of those 5 line items, they would all stay the same except for item number 1, which is the tap fee. So the town currently charges $4,200 for a 3/4 inch tap. So what we would like input from the council on is, would you want to stick with that $4,200 tap fee, or offer a discounted fee. And that fee could either be the $2,200 for the near side connections, $3,200 for the far side, or if you wanted to charge everybody the same fee, whether it's near side or far side, you could average that out.
27, yeah.
Yeah, to $2,700.
I like that because it's just fewer words to read, and I
Yeah.
think folks will understand that. Now, looking at the meter size, the table that you've created, and I like this table. Could the fact that there's 1 or 2 inch taps, I would think, Tim, help me out. I would think most of the taps would be the 3/4 inch. Do you see where any owners you think would have 1 inch or 2 inch taps?
Knowing what's down that road, no, I wouldn't anticipate somebody really asking or needing for a larger tap. I think we could just add a sentence, we'll if somebody wants a larger meter, we'll quote that separately.
Maybe something like that, Andy, just to keep it simple as we can keep it and have that. So, yeah, this is the town's current fee, and then if we only just had the 3/4 of an inch and didn't even.
I would be tempted to get rid of the 1 inch column and the 2 inch column.
Okay.
Yeah, but on that, but have another column beside the 3/4 inch, like have today's rate, what it would be to date, and then discounted rate. So folks see right in front of them where they would be saving money. And they'd be saving $1,500. The capacity use fee is not something we could even tweak. But the other figures are more variable cost in nature, and I don't think those should be adjusted either. So I like what you proposed, only modifying the tap fee.
Mr. Foy, I'm just asking, should this specify up here somewhere in the first paragraph, should it say adjacent properties to this water main so that we don't get somebody's false hopes up that we're gonna run a turn and run down a back road a 1/4 mile to service them for this fee? Should we make that clear so Mr. Wagner doesn't have to address those questions, kind of cut it off at the pass?
Well, we've got a list of prospects, right?
Yeah, so hopefully this is in your packet, but there is a map that we would send with the letters that have all the properties highlighted, which would be adjacent to the water main.
Okay.
Or you could just in the first sentence of the second paragraph, just say, but adjacent property owners have the opportunity to.
Yeah, we can definitely add that to that first paragraph.
Can we also put an end date for this discount?
That's a good suggestion. We need to know by, and I'm not sure what that date would be.
Yeah, but something finite rather than as soon as possible.
I mean, if they're gonna be done in July, and it's June the 11th, this is something that needs to be mailed out, early next week, and we need to know what's reasonable here.
I think we could give them a month. If we can get the letters out next week, say by mid-July, we'll establish a date.
Okay.
But that will give the contractor time to order the materials that they need.
Mr. Mayor, do I understand you to say that we have a list of people that aren't adjacent that won't connect to the water main?
No, what I was saying was that we had a number of people that are along the water main lines that would be sent the letters. So if they're off of the current construction, they would not be solicited.
Yeah, I follow that, but I'm just not sure if it's sufficiently clear to protect Mr. Wagner from a lot of inquiries that otherwise he wouldn't have to field if we made it clear that this offer only applies to those that with property adjacent to the new main.
Can we get the word adjacent in there? Thank you.
Definitely.
So we'll have the word adjacent, we'll have a map. You'll need to tweak the language, the paragraph where near side, far side, I don't think we want to do that, right, guys? We just want to have a one fee.
The town's policy has always been averaging them together, that the citizens don't even know that we pay more for one side versus the other.
Right. I don't want to speak for the board without getting
Well,
feedback.
I favor maintaining the direction that we've always gone in with that. Otherwise, we're gonna get, citizens mad because why didn't you put the main on my side of the road? You put it on the other side of the road because, he's friends with T. Stevenson, and T. Stevenson done it, and, you know, I don't.
So to summarize the changes, we're going to add the word addition. We're going to remove the 1 inch and 2 inch figures. You will, for the 3/4 inch, you'll specify that that is today's current price, and then add another column for 3/4 inch for the, showing the discounted price. Change the verbiage, removing near side versus far side. And I think that's it.
And a deadline.
A deadline, and I don't begin to know.
Mr. Foy, if I may, one more suggestion. We've been down that path in the past. We would need to make it clear to them that they're expected to connect and start paying the water bill, that it wouldn't be allowed to just be parked there as a dry tap.
We have been down there in the past, so.
And it's caused the town a great deal of difficulty and a lot of staff and legal expense. So
It's gonna be a dry tap for a certain period of time. What's reasonable here?
I think we should put something there, that make it clear to them that they're obligated to connect to it and start paying the water bill. Or at least the service fee.
Within 6 months?
So how are you gonna do that when you got people now? You're treating people different. You've got people now that have dry taps. That paid that $30 or whatever it was for years, and then they stopped making you do it by vote of council.
We don't have any that are, there are two categories of them. There are the ones that were paying their bill, and once they paid a set amount that equaled the original install price, the service fee was stopped on those, and we have some of those out there. Then we have some others, council made a decision that if the property owner ever wanted to connect to it, they would have to pay the existing tap fee like it did not exist. And that was the decisions that previous councils have made based on my memory. And, I caution you, we need to look that up if we need to confirm it, but that's what I remember.
Well, I know of them that's out there that paid the $30. It used to be $30. And there was no meter there, but they paid the dry tap fee, and it was stopped. And it was stopped by a vote of council, not by a vote of the person who was doing it,
I understand. I was one of those that voted on that motion. And what I'm saying is the logic that was applied is they'd already paid enough in the service fee to pay for the tap. And council made a decision that enough was enough. They wouldn't charge those property owners anymore. And the other category were those that were in collections that had never paid for their tap in the first place, although they requested a tap for that property. And we have those in the town of Stokesdale. And Ms. Hunsaker has a list. If those property owners decide they want to connect to that tap, they have to pay the existing tap fee whenever they make that decision. They will not be allowed to just set a meter and connect to that.
Now, which ones is that?
I think it might be beneficial if we get all those motions out and reread them, get the staff to find them. Ms. Hunsaker will know where they're at, I think.
Well, all I'm getting at is you can't treat these folks different than you treat the other folks. I don't know why, let's just say somebody's they want to do something for the future, and they want to put a tap and take advantage of the lower price, and they pay everything.
Then
why it would matter that they'd be forced to hook up because
Then we need to waive the service fee for those people and not charge them the service fee, because we know from experience about 20% of them are not going to pay it and go into collections, and we're going to have that problem.
Well, you don't charge a service fee now to those customers.
that's because they paid enough in a service fee to pay for the tap, and council finally stopped the service fee.
Yeah, but they're paying the fees now. They'll be paying the fees to get the water.
What if we said, the service fee would start 1 year after the installation, a dry tap fee? I mean, just, I don't know.
You've got stuff out there now. All I'm trying to be is fair to everybody that's already on the system. That's the only thing that concerns me. And you're gonna see that, that somebody may, they may have a piece of property out there that they would like to go ahead and put a dry tap in, pay the 40-some hundred or whatever it is, 50-some hundred, whatever, and save the 1,000 or whatever it's gonna end up being. And basically what we're saying, if you do that, you're gonna have to,
Well,
do
you want to be fair to me? Because I had one of those taps, always paid my service fee every month. And so if we put in a tap for somebody and they're not charged the service fee, that's treating them separately from the way I was treated by the town of Stokesdale.
I was one of those people too, and I paid the service fee, and then y'all voted to stop it. But that's what it is now. So, I mean, y'all do what,
And I too, I'm flexible, just as long as council, deals with it appropriately. If you decide to pay them to buy a tap, that I won't vote for it, but if that's fine.
Right now, what you want to do is you want to get people to hook up to the water. And, they may get a little bit of a discount. It's a little bit, $1,000, pretty good.
$1,500 discount from what it would normally be.
And they want to take advantage of that, but they don't need or want the water right now. I don't want to do forced water, on somebody, so. And being that it's no different than what's out there right now.
I'm okay with them not hooking up to the water. Truthfully, I am, but I'm not okay with them not paying the service fee like every other citizen was expected to do. But if we want to I would just suggest council go back and look at those previous motions before we get too far setting a policy for this new install down that road.
There's people not paying their service fee now. I'm wanted. I paid the service fee and never, I've got the box and everything. And I paid the service fee, come in here and paid it every month. And they, you guys voted that you didn't have to do it. And,
nobody got off without having to pay a significant amount of money in service fees before that action was taken by council. And that's why I would encourage you to go back and read those old minutes.
Yeah,
but anyway,
those folks paid $300 for a tap too. Most of them that you're talking about. So, I mean, that was the reason for that. So, okay, I mean, whatever y'all think. I'm just, like I said,
that's a good point.
I want it to be consistent.
If you're paying $4,000, you might have a little more skin in the game with the true intention of soon connecting.
Okay, so are they exempt from the service fee for some extended period of time, or do they start paying that when the tap goes in? I'm just saying, we should make a decision, and so they know what they're buying into. I'm just thinking it's unfair if they're thinking they're going to buy a tap and let it mothball there, and then they don't know we're going to charge them a monthly service fee. We need to disclose that to them, or we need to tell them it's free. Either way.
How about we start charging them when they connect to water? Of course, we start charging them then, or 365 days after the dry tap.
Why don't we just charge them when they connect to water, just like we do everybody else in that situation? If you want to sell a tap.
That's kind of what I was saying.
Yeah, we're not losing anything.
If somebody wants to buy, and we may not even have this case, people may not want to do that, but I don't want to do somebody different that.
Before I spend $5,000, I'm going to make sure that I'm going to hook to the water.
Well, then I want a refund for all those service fees I paid monthly on the dry tap.
Make a motion.
Well, I don't think I want to make a motion to benefit myself directly here. Appreciate it, though. But anyhow, whatever y'all decide to do, I just think we need to make full disclosure to the property owner that's trying to make this decision. That's all I'm saying.
Once they hook up to it, they'll be charged the fee. I mean, that's part of the water bill.
So can we specify that in the letter? If once they hook up, they're responsible for $25.50 per month to service.
Whatever it is, yeah.
Current, yep.
Yeah.
Cost of water.
Plus the cost of water.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's upon hookup. So something along those lines, Andy. Does that make sense?
Okay, Mr. Foy, for the ones that don't hook up, how do we address that?
You cash your check for what they paid you, and you wait till they decide they want water. And then you charge them for the, putting the meter in and everything, and just like you would now.
I mean, the town's not out any money here, right?
Depends on how you look at it. We'll have a yoke there that we're maintaining. You know, for a little while, I don't see that as a problem. If it's year in, out, and year in, out, you know.
It can be revisited, but again, you know, even the discounted rate's $4,000. So if you're going to spend that much money, I would think that you have the intention of, you know, taking it all the way to the house in due time.
Robbie, if somebody cuts their water off now, they cut the water off, they sell a house, they move out. Does that fee continue, or does it stop until somebody signs up for water again?
Well, usually 9 times out of 10, if somebody moves out of a house here, they've got a buyer or another tenant immediately thereafter. So we just shift the accounts over.
What if you don't?
Well, if you don't, then they have 2 options. They can abandon the tap and pay the $300 abandonment fee, or they're continued to charge. They're still charged $25.50 until they get back in. But that's a very rare. It's very rare that happens.
Yeah, but who was charged? Because that person had the water cut off.
That's a good
So
question.
in other words, you hadn't had that come up.
Yeah, that's not something that comes up very often. Usually, when folks move out, there's somebody ready to move in that house right there after them. So,
You
but
probably
if
have that
council,
more on a rental.
correct.
Somebody may be renting.
That's right.
So what if you not had that come up?
In that case, it goes back. So every time, I'll use a house for example. If I'm renting a home and I move out, it automatically goes back to the landlord. They get that bill. And then whenever the landlord finds another tenant, it goes from the landlord to the tenant.
So the water stays on?
Never goes off.
Okay,
Correct. It just goes back into the landlord's name.
really?
Yes.
Wow,
They own the house.
yeah.
So,
In closing, Mr. Foy, I would rather do what Mr. Lander suggested. We just let them keep the tap in perpetuity and not charge them anything versus us billing them, because we're going to get into issues with collections again, and we don't have a system in place to make that a lien against the property. We'll be right back into the mess that we were in
Okay,
years ago.
so do nothing, and I'm fine with that.
Let's we just
Perfect.
give it to them and park it there 10 years and we'll eat the cost.
What cost will you?
Yeah, I'd like to understand that better.
Well, there is a device sitting there that we're responsible for. We have to maintain whether or not anybody's using the water or not. So in addition, we have to kind of patrol it to make sure nobody's stealing the water from that tap conceivably. That's an issue. So, you know, mowing equipment, equipment plowing in cables on the side of the road or whatever, you know, we've got a target there for them to hit. And we got to repair it, and it's usually, based on my memory, it's about a $1,500 repair, seems like every time we have somebody hit one of the things. And so I just prefer giving it to them as getting into those legal battles. Everybody mad at everybody, and a collections attorney telling us there's really nothing we can do about it until they owe enough money. You know, they got to owe us $10,000 before a collections attorney is willing to take it versus $2,000. And if I'm still here, I really don't care to go through all that again.
Okay. So we won't add any verbiage there.
No, I favor giving it to them versus the other route with the collections,
Yeah, and I haven't mentioned pursuing that at all.
Well, if we're billing them at some point, they owe the town of Stokesdale, and the state doesn't allow us just to charge some people some things without charging everybody. I mean, how can we I don't like the idea of voting them to forgive something they're supposed to pay. So let's just don't charge them. If Mr. Landorf has I think his argument is valid. I don't discount it, But I'm just saying, I don't want to be here and get involved in all those collections and that billing and past due and finger pointing when somebody moves out of one house and new owner moves in and says, I didn't know about it. And it's just going to lead us to additional legal cost and staff cost that I don't want to see us pay. And let's just eat the cost of maintaining those dry taps for ever how long it takes for somebody to connect to them. That's just my opinion, Mr. Foy.
Yeah,
Okay, do we need to add the disclosure about the monthly fee and then?
yeah, I want to include that $25.50 service fee, and then whatever
Plus
the
the-
rate per 1,000 gallons,
Yeah.
whatever that is now.
If we don't, I think Mr. Wagner's gonna get a lot of calls about, well, how much is the water, what do I have to pay if I have a meter? There's no use us putting him through that.
All right, in that vein then, since I'll be the one getting the calls, I'm still a bit confused. So if we were to sell these taps today and they hook into the system and they get the tap in their yard, but they don't run it to their house, what would council like to do?
I make a motion that we make it free, that it can sit there from now to the end of time until they decide to hook to it. Then they start paying their regular monthly fee plus the charges for the water.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Robbie, any questions on that?
No, that definitely helps clear things up. So if somebody were to get a tap in their yard and it just sits there, it's there until they decide to hook into the system. Once they get a meter and all that, then that's when they'll be charged a monthly fee. On the other side to that, though, if they hook in and they want water run to it, we would put a meter in there and then they would start charging them $25.50.
It's just what you do right now. If a meter's not in there, you're not charging them.
Correct, that's right.
I mean, that's the same thing. If
Yeah.
guys are down at the store talking about it, he's gonna say, well, they're charging me this, and this guy, well, they don't charge me.
Gotcha.
So that eliminates that.
And I would like to add to my motion, if I could, Mr. Rigsby, that this would apply to anybody else in town that gets a tap installed and doesn't connect to the water. They would also be allowed to have a dry tap in their yard till such time that they wanted to connect to it.
And then at that time, they would get the meter, is that correct?
They'd get a meter set, they'd start paying the service fee, they'd start paying for the water.
Okay, so that's the trigger for staff to know that they are becoming
Yeah,
a customer at that point.
And it is important that the town staff identify where these things are at so they can be checked periodically to make sure there aren't any issues, nothing broke, the water's not leaking in them. Some kid hadn't come along and turned them on, whatever.
Understood.
They could be stealing water too, but, they don't want to check after them. He'd like to get after a few of them, wouldn't he?
All right, so Tim's got a motion on the floor.
And a second.
Did Mr. Rigsby second my amendment, so to speak?
I did.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Any further discussion? We'll vote. Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landrith?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
And I'm also aye.
Okay. Andy, where does that put us? Let's just kind of recap what we've talked about.
Okay, so we'll make the requested revisions to the letter. I will send that back through Robbie. He can review it. He can share that with you guys just to make sure that we captured all the revisions that y'all want in there. And then I think we could be in position to mail these letters out probably by the middle of next week. I think Wednesday is the 17th.
That's correct.
We could give folks a month and ask them to please respond by July 17th.
Okay. And Andy, to go over the changes I've jotted down, please let me know if I've forgotten anything, fellas. Adjacent, we're adding the word adjacent. The table is not gonna have the 1 inch or 2 inch anymore. We're gonna have the cost of today's 3/4 of an inch and then a cost of the discount. The paragraph verbiage is gonna be changed to just reflect the one fee, no near side and far side. And lastly, you were going to include what our water price is as of today. And that did not change with this current budget, and that's $25.50 for service fee per month. And whatever, I'm sorry, I don't know it off the top of my head, it's in the packet, but whatever our price per thousand is.
Okay, yeah, I'll get with Robbie on that.
It's only once the meter's installed.
Once the meter's installed. You can say that, and that's an important,
There too.
that's an important word. Good catch, Chuck.
Yeah.
All right, so with that, with these changes, I'm gonna authorize Hazen and Sawyer to proceed. Hazen and Sawyer and town staff to proceed.
I'll second that motion. Mr. Foy, if I could make an amendment to your motion, I'd like for maybe you and the mayor to lay eyes on it before it goes out, and if y'all both agree, then go ahead and send it, just so there's some eyes from council are checking behind everybody here. Would that be okay?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Yes, we would appreciate that.
It's gonna happen anyway.
Yeah. Very good. So,
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And Andy, you're all set, you're clear?
Yep.
With all of that, good deal.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any further discussion?
One thing, when you said you're gonna put in there and it must respond, but with the advantage of having this pricing is having the contractor on site. So would we wanna put in there that the work must be completed by the time the contractor leaves the site?
Yes.
Just something.
They are supposed to be complete, I believe it's right at the end of November, early December.
Yeah.
I can look up the final completion date.
I just don't want them thinking they have a lifetime price locked in.
Right.
And an important point too, it would help us out a lot. We can't use grant funds for these. This is a benefit to an individual, right?
Right.
So it would be good if they could invoice us separately. Does that make sense?
Contractor.
Yeah.
Well, there will be a separate line item for these. I'm not sure that they would, I mean, we could ask them, but it might be cumbersome to invoice it separately.
Well, I don't want to make anything more complicated on them, but it's got to be very visual for staff, for me, for anybody down the road after me, that, grant funds were not used for this.
I think it's an important point, so there's no confusion.
I'm fine with a line item, it's just, it's got to be clear as day.
You could write, if it was just denoted on the invoice, you could write separate checks, couldn't you?
Identify the address.
Like if they send us an invoice for $100,000 and 10,000 of it's for taps, could you write them a check for 90 and?
As long as we can.
It would,
Those invoices are already complex now with all the different projects.
you would,
Robbie and I both sometimes sit down and,
right,
so if we could.
you would still pay the contractor whatever
Total amount.
the fee is, but when you request reimbursement from Guilford County, that's when you would say
X that out.
$10,000 if this is not eligible for reimbursement.
So just so I'm clear, when you, at the bottom of the invoice, how it has my grant funds, my total that has been encumbered, it will not be included in there. To me, it would have to be separated out. Do you know what I'm talking about at the bottom of that invoice? When it says, for instance, $300,000 and we've paid $50,000 to date, and this bill's for $25,000, and then it reduces my number of my grant funds. If it's in with one of those invoices, it couldn't be included in that number anyway, right? It would have to be.
Well, they're not necessarily responsible for tracking our grant fund.
But they don't, it's per project on the invoice.
Okay.
It's per project at the bottom. They don't keep up with, I'm not saying that part. It's like per project. If they know that we're paying we'll use the DEQ, for example, we've got a 300 and 100. They've got 300,000 for this project, 100 for this project. And what we've been billed to point and paid to point, they have on there, like this invoice is $25,000, we've paid 75 to date. And then they just reduce that total project by that amount of money.
I think Hazen would be willing to do that. It's just a matter of, Classic City will send one invoice to the town, technically to Hazen. Hazen will review it, they'll send it to us.
Right.
And then when we request reimbursement from that, we will just say it's $10,000 for these service taps. We will not ask for that. And then if Hazen could just, at the bottom of that invoice where we have that total tracking, if they could just adjust that line item, then we should be.
We can definitely do that. I
Thank
think
you.
that. I
That's
think
great.
that'll
Thank you,
be the
yes.
simplest way to track.
Yes, thank you. I think that would be a way for us to be able to differentiate that number.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we'll give them a deadline to respond by July 17th, 2026.
Yes, sir.
And the deadline for them to pay the money is, I guess, we'll
Well,
give them that date as well.
That's what I was gonna ask. So we've got two deadlines, so we need to know, first of all, do they want a service connection?
Yeah.
We'll give them until July 17th to tell us that. And then, once we know that they want a service connection, then I guess you guys need to decide when you want to collect the money.
Do you have a recommendation? August 17th?
I think that'd be reasonable.
Oh, we're not gonna get paid before we put the tap in.
I don't know.
I mean, I think we should. I don't know,
think
I
we
don't
should
know
too.
when the tap is going in this
Otherwise,
process.
we'll be paying Mr. Winfrey to
Yeah.
collect from a
No, we
few.
need to get paid.
No, that's the implication. I don't know, like you mentioned November.
Well, that's when the total project needs to be complete.
Yeah.
So, Classic City may start putting the taps in, say, in August, but if they have 40 taps to put in, it might take them 2 or 3 months to get them all in the ground.
Well, perhaps we should just keep the July 17th day. I guess, how do we?
Payment date?
Why don't you see what Classic City says? And then go
So-
with that, and
So if somebody comes into town hall tomorrow and just requests a tap in some other part of town, do y'all require them to pay before the tap is made?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's what you should stick to that policy.
Okay. So make the deadline for response and payment the same day.
What I'm saying is, if you could ask Classic City to give us a deadline on when to have all orders in.
Yeah.
And, because they're the ones gonna do the work.
And maybe use that number.
Yeah,
Just
I can ask them.
bag the July 17th number, but kind of let them give you some guidance, and based off that, that will be the due date of notification and payment.
Okay.
Deadline for it.
Yeah, deadline. This is the never-ending agenda item.
It's about to. So you got the motion, and that's all cleared up in the second. And Mr. Rigsby, we're still good with your second on the motion and everything?
Yeah, I feel good about that.
Okay. Are we ready to vote? Sure.
Let's do it.
Before we have another item.
Let's do it.
Okay, Mr. Rigsby,
Aye.
Mr. Foy.
Aye.
Mr. Landry.
Aye.
Mr. Jones.
I am,
And I am also aye. Okay, Andy, you're still up on the hot seat there.
All right, so the next two agenda items, 13 and 14, are related. It's for the same project. So it's for the control valve upgrades and the SCADA system installation. And this is for the control valve right there where Stokesdale's system connects to Winston-Salem Forsyth County Utilities. And then there will be SCADA at the elevated water tank to communicate with that control valve. And depending on the tank level, it will tell that control valve to open or close. So we have the project is designed. We're ready to solicit informal bids from contractors. So state law says that if the estimated construction cost is below $500,000, you can go through the informal bid process. So we don't have to receive 3 bids minimum. We would like to have at least 3 bids, but it's not a requirement. But we still will advertise. Robbie can post the advertisement on the town's website. We'll also send the advertisement out to local contractors, folks that have worked in Stokesdale, and folks that we think, are good qualified contractors that can do the project. So I guess what we're requesting from council tonight is just authorization for Hazen and Sawyer to send that advertisement out to contractors and for Robbie to post that advertisement.
And there is a copy of the advertisement in the packet.
Yes.
We have here, so.
I'll move we authorize Hazen and Sawyer, town staff to move forward with the application, approval of engineering plans and specifications for the water supply systems regarding the valve.
And I will second that.
I'm going to go back to the motion and reference the project name.
Okay.
The project name is Control Valve Upgrades and SCADA System Installation.
Just an observation.
Let's hear it.
If I was a citizen that walked in and was reading this stuff, I might be a little confused about what SCADA means. I think each one of these applicable sheets, it needs to be spelled out at somewhere in the first paragraph, in parentheses or something. Just an observation here, because I had to look it up to upgrade myself, and I knew what was going on. You know what I'm saying? Every trade has its abbreviations.
It does say it under the description of the project. Supervisory control and data acquisition.
And I just want to get that into the minutes, whoever that writes this set of minutes early on, so if a citizen's reading that,
Yep, let's do that.
they're understanding.
Okay. And my second still stands with the amended motion. Any additional discussion? We'll vote. Mr. Rigsby.
Aye.
Mr. Foy.
Aye.
Mr. Landrith.
Aye.
Mr. Jones.
I'm
And I'm also aye. Okay, item number 14, Andy.
Okay, item 14 is also for this same project. We do have to submit an application for a public water supply permit. So that's through the NCDEQ Public Water Supply section. We have prepared the permit application, and it needs to be signed by the mayor. And there's also a permit application fee that goes with that, and the amount of that fee is $158, and that's published in the permit application document. So we're asking for council's authorization to the mayor sign the application and get a check for the permit application fee. And then we can get that permit application package submitted next week.
Mr. Foy, or whoever might know, why is this bids will be opened privately and a bid tabulation submitted to town council on July the 9th, 2026? Just what if I'm saying, maybe the citizen we have here, he wanted to observe that process. Why do we do this in private when we're taking public bids?
We're just simply following the state statute. It's considered an informal bid because of the projected project amount will fall under that threshold. If it was to fall, above the threshold, it would be a different.
I got it that we're not required to do it that way. I'm just simply saying in the interest of full disclosure, so anybody, so we're avoiding the appearance of any potential issues.
Well, I think that's to say that there's not gonna be a formal bid opening. You know, in the formal bidding, you have a bid opening at a designated time when the bid's gonna be open. Everybody come in and watch the bids being opened. That's not, required and customary for these types of bids.
And these technically won't be sealed, so they'll essentially be opened and added to the tabulation as they're received.
Yeah, and I would say these would be a public document once all bids have come in.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it a public document once the bid comes in? Like, let's say there 4 bids come in and I bring a bid in and the other 3 hadn't come, once I turn that bid in, is it a public document?
I think there's an exception to public records request that if it's an ongoing bidding, I think that's an exception, but I'm not sure about that.
It couldn't possibly be a public record, otherwise it wouldn't be a bid.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just asking that because I think we had that, I believe you're the one that brought that issue up one time,
Right, yeah.
if you remember.
But they'd be available after the fact. In other words, after the bids are open, I mean, after we've
After
done
the
the
deadline.
tabulation.
yeah.
It would be public records at that point.
And it would be very common for a vendor to ask for the bids. We've seen that.
Right.
So
What I'm saying is.
I'm comfortable with the way that we have discussed moving forward, and the North Carolina General Assembly is too. That's what the statute.
Well, might I suggest the bid, this be modified to say bids will be opened privately by town staff or representatives of council or something of that nature.
How about bids will be reviewed per North Carolina general statutes regarding the informal bidding process?
I could go for that. It just privately, open privately, you know.
I don't like using the word private in public business. I mean, I hear what you're saying. But
right, there's kind of no private in the public's business, is there?
But at the same time, we cannot go wrong with what we've discussed, as long as we're aligned with the state statute and how we operate. And to reinforce that in the proposal is certainly fine.
Andy, you see where they're talking about?
Yes. Derek, would you mind, could you repeat that modification?
So something to the extent that bids will be reviewed in accordance of North Carolina general statute, and if you could cite the statute number regarding informal bidding.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Foy, I like that.
Yes, sir.
For my clarification, we're referring to not the application, the NCDEQ. We're back on to item 13 with the bid document.
I think we have jumped around, Robbie. That's a good catch.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep, we did go back to item 13,
Okay, guilty.
which is the verbiage in the solicitation.
We'll modify the bid advertisement per that recommendation and send it back through Robbie, and he can share it with you guys.
Thank you.
All right. So now we are looking at Hazen and Sawyer's request to move forward with the completion of the application and for me to sign it and to cut a check for $158 to accompany the application.
Okay, so moved.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? We'll vote. Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landreth?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
I'm aye.
And I'm also aye. Okay.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Handy. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank
Very,
you for
very
sticking it out
much.
with us tonight.
Okay. We are on to agenda item number 15. And that is consideration of authorizing the advertisement of a request for qualifications, that's RFQ, for professional water storage tank maintenance and asset management services for the town of Stokesdale's 300,000 gallon water elevated water tank by Stokesdale town staff. And as you will recall, last month during our town council meeting, we unanimously authorized town administrator, town clerk Robbie Wagner, and town attorney Chuck Winfrey to prepare a request for qualifications for professional water storage, tank maintenance, and asset management services. I think Mr. Wagner and Mr. Winfrey have worked on this draft of RFQ, and we have a copy of that draft in our packet. It is dated Tuesday, June 30th. And is very specific in what we're looking for here. Robbie, or you or Chuck want to add anything to a little bit of the information in there other than?
Yes, sure. I'll be glad to speak on it. So this is, again, this is an RFQ for the professional maintenance and asset management of our 300,000 gallon water elevated storage tank. Essentially, didn't reinvent the wheel. We had one from the city of Raleigh, and we pretty much catered it to the town of Stokesdale. It went from 20 pages to 8 pages. So try to make it as simple as possible. Introduction just explains what our water system is, a little background on where we get our water, the history of our tank. Proposed an RFQ timeline. I briefly spoke with at least one potential respondent to this without giving any dates, just asking if a time frame of around 2 weeks would typically be enough, and didn't seem to be an issue. It seems like they kind of have RFQs on standby for things like this. So I had proposed that if you all approve it, I would issue it next Monday, which is June the 15th. Deadline for questions would be the 23rd, so I could make sure all those questions are answered by the 25th, so that they could submit it by the 30th. And then once submitted on the 30th, we could gather that information for town council's consideration on July the 9th, possibly. The submission requirements would be emailed to me. Since there's no cost involved in this, there's no need to keep this information sealed in the fact that you can't open it until the council meeting. Now, I wouldn't share it with all of the other vendors until everything's said and done, but that's why I'm okay with it being emailed or USPS to our mailbox, our post office box, or FedEx, or anything else, or UPS, or hand delivered here to town hall. Do want them to realize that their materials would be property of the town of Stokesdale and would be subject to public records law. I've kind of laid out the format that we would like for them to use just to keep it uniform, makes it easier to compare apples to apples, oranges to oranges. Now, this evaluation criteria comes from the template that we use from the city of Raleigh. If council would like to adjust any of these percentages, as long as they add up to 100, I'm okay. So as of right now, corporate qualifications experience are 25%, project understanding and approach is 25%, team experience and certifications is 20%, project references is 15%, and financial stability is 15%. I can't imagine that there's any true science to this. It's just a matter of how well laid out the.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Scope of services is essentially everything that we've discussed. If there's anything that you feel that needs to be added, by all means, we can add more items to the scope of service or take out. And yeah. Now, at the last council meeting, there was some interest in value-added services like wireless carrying and telecommunication infrastructure. So I've added that in here just to see if they could, that's something that they could give you guys some information on.
That would be great. That's I think that's becoming more and more common.
Mm-hmm.
Good work, Robbie, Chuck, Hazen, and Sawyer. I'll move to approve and allow Robbie to advertise per the timeline that was discussed in this agenda item.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? We'll go on ahead and vote. Mr. Rigsby.
Aye.
Mr. Foy.
Aye.
Mr. Landrith.
Aye.
Mr. Jones.
I am aye.
I am also aye. Okay, item number 16 has been tabled. Move on to item number 17. And this is, this is consideration of a cost proposal for the purchase of food-grade lubricant for fire hydrants within the town of Stokesdale's water system, and authorization for the Stokesdale Fire District to utilize these lubricants in the performance of fire hydrant lubrication and preventive maintenance activities. Robbie, you want to save my voice a little bit?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd be glad to talk on this. So a while back, Representative of the Stokesdale Fire District, Brandon, I believe, reached out and said that it's probably time to lubricate these hydrants again. It's been a couple years. Said that in the past, he remembered the town purchasing lubricant from Yates Construction Company, and then they gave it to the fire department, and that quantity lasted them about 1.5 years or 2 years. And so they're asking for the same thing. I reached out to Gene. He remembered it. He essentially reached out to their supplier, got the same quote. Apparently, it is cheaper to get it through Yates. And simply said that if council approves it, they'll order it and then just send us the bill from Napa. It's all food grade. Apparently, the hydrants, there's different styles. Some of them take it one way from the top, and then there's another one where they have to open it up and put it in there. I don't know the specifics, but one takes lubricant and the other one takes oil, if that makes sense. One's thicker than the other. I don't know.
Yeah, very good. Understand.
Yep. So we do have a quote there from Napa Auto Parts, and that is for Yates Construction. Basically, it's one case of penetrating spray, which is 12 cans, and then 2 cartons of tube grease, which is 20 tubes. So there's 10 tubes in each carton there. And the quote total there is $388.23. So the motion there for would be to move forward, or actually grant Mr. Wagner to approve this and proceed, get Gene to go through Yates Construction and order this material. And once received, we'll turn it over to the fire department and authorize them to use this lubricant in the performance of the fire hydrant lubrication and preventive maintenance activities. And this would be in relation to the Napa Auto Parts quote dated 5/11/2026, and that is for Yates Construction Company.
Okay. Second?
Any discussion?
So this is something that has been historically done?
Yes.
Okay.
I can confirm that.
Perfect.
Okay, ready for a vote?
Yes, sir.
A lot of grease the last time, because I don't ever remember, not that I'm against it, but I never remember us voting for it. So they must have had a lot the last time or something, because we've been here, 6, 7 years?
Well, given the amount, 2 council members could have authorized this.
Yeah, I'm not against it. I'm just saying, I just don't ever remember it coming up. And that don't mean it couldn't have, because I could have forgot.
I agree.
Okay, ready for a vote? Mr. Rigsby.
Aye.
Mr. Foy.
Aye.
Mr. Landrith.
Aye.
Mr. Jones.
I am aye.
And I am also aye. Okay. Item number 18, consideration of the Town of Stokesdale Ordinance Number 2026-03, which is an ordinance to regulate the speed limit on Green Pond Drive, Poplar Bluff Drive, Carroll Way, Honkers Hollow Drive, Honkers Hollow Court, and Back Ridge Drive within the North Ridge subdivision, which is within the Town of Stokesdale.
I'll make a motion that we adopt ordinance number 2026-03, which is an ordinance to regulate the speed limit on Green Pond, Poplar Bluff, Caraway, Honkers Hollow, and Back Ridge Drive within the North Ridge subdivision within the town of Stokesdale.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Who's making this request?
This is coming from, well, a petition was submitted to the Department of Transportation, to North Carolina Department of Transportation, and they've made this request.
The North Carolina Department of Transportation's made this request?
To the town of Stokesdale.
To the town of Stokesdale.
And that's always the way it goes, right? I mean,
Correct.
the DOT needs to see this before the reduction.
That's correct. Either a developer, an HOA, whoever maintains the roads, will submit a petition to DOT, and the DOT will process everything, but they can't actually enforce those speed limits until the town concurs. And so DOT has made that request to the town.
They just want to lower it down to 25 because it's 35 if it's not posted.
That's correct.
That's right.
Yeah.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor, just
Yes, I'm
point
sorry.
out that because it's the first time this is on, this needs to pass by 2/3 vote to be effective. So there has to be 4 affirmative votes
Okay,
to make it pass.
all right. Thank you, Mr. Winfrey.
It says that this is being adopted on the basis that engineering and traffic investigations, that it's unsafe and therefore unlawful to exceed the speed limits established in this ordinance, et cetera, et cetera. So NCDOT has looked at this neighborhood, and somebody has written a letter that says, I think it's unsafe for it to be 35 miles an hour. I think it needs to be reduced to 25, and send it to us.
I don't have that letter. All I've got is the request that's in front of you.
This is,
Well, wouldn't that constitute a letter on May 20th, Brandon Gorsuch, Assistant District Traffic Engineer for District 7, North Carolina Department of Transportation contacted Town Administrator regarding a petition submitted? I mean, wouldn't that constitute a letter or request?
I don't have any objection for this. I just want to make sure that we're not going to be having a kind of a seesaw effect that everybody in the neighborhood knows this is going to happen. We're not going to have people in front of me saying, you did this prematurely, you know, I want it changed to 30, I want it changed back to 35, or any of that. So that's the reason I'm asking, you know.
it mirrors a lot of the major subdivision speed limits. They have made this change. My subdivision made the change somewhere along the way. I know we voted for Moore's Mill a few months back.
You know, I don't hardly drive much faster than 20, 25 in these neighborhoods anyhow, so they're not gonna bother me, but I just know we hadn't had a posse of people in front of us, asking for this.
Well, I think we limit the
good.
length of roads in subdivisions. So it would make sense that we limit the speed.
Again,
I got you.
you know, if they've been notified, that's fine. If the HOA's been on this, that's fine. I just don't want anybody down there surprised.
All right, so we have a motion.
We have a motion and a second. Ready for a vote? Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landrith? Aye. Mr. Jones?
I'm,
And I'm also aye. Okay. Item number 19, consideration to allow the town administrator, town clerk, Robbie Wagner, to attend the North Carolina Association of Municipal Clerks, NCAMC 2026 Summer Clerks Conference, and the University of North Carolina School of Government, UNC SOG, 2026 Fall Master Clerks Academies. Mr. Foy.
I'll start it out with a motion, and then if I get a second, Robbie, maybe turn it over to you to talk about this continuous training. I'm going to make a motion to obligate an amount not to exceed $3,900 to pay for the town administrator, Robbie Wagner, to attend the 2026 Summer Municipal Clerk Conference in Wilmington and the University of North Carolina School of Government Master Clerk Academy in November in Chapel Hill. That these expenditures will be FY '27 expenditures and come out of the line item that captures this.
Second that motion.
This was part of that $10,000 line that you had.
And Robbie, like in years past, I wouldn't put it in a motion. If this does pass, I'd like to see a couple pictures of classroom environment at Chapel Hill.
Got it,
Because
sir.
Just need to
This isn't being done on one of those casino boats or something, is it?
No. No, it's done in the Wilmington Convention Center and the Youth School of Government. So, but I'll take pictures. I think I do every year.
And there's a class every year, so.
My favorite's the video of where they were doing instructions amidst a fire alarm.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna go down there and learn a bunch and come back with no more answer, are you?
Who knows?
Oh, me.
And I will say that, and the primary for this is also, every 5 years I have to have 30 continuing education hours. And so this credits towards that continuing education hours. Typically, if you attend the summer and fall conference, and they like for you to attend the regionals, and if that comes up, I'll certainly bring that back before council. Last year, I put all four together. I didn't attend the regionals last year, and so there may be a time I need to catch up on my hours to do that. But for these, the conferences are long enough that the hours offset what I missed last year. So,
Okay. Any additional discussion? We'll go ahead and vote. Mr. Rigsby.
Aye.
Mr. Foy.
Aye.
Mr. Landreth.
Aye.
Mr. Jones.
I am nay.
I am aye. Okay, we had an addendum to the agenda. This is item 19B.
This is let's see, what was the wording? Ellisboro Road downtown water line leak. Several weeks back, a downtown property owner notified the town of a potential water leak in our system. I believe it was investigated and determined the source and the origin of the leak would be difficult, that the source and origin of the leak would be difficult to locate, obviously, without, digging. So we don't know exactly where the source and origin of the leak is. The property owners have reached out to the town on multiple occasions expressing that this leak is causing standing water on their property, and they're patient with us, but they do insist that we repair our asset, and I believe we're obligated to do so. I put this on the agenda. I think we have a internal controls policy that would allow 2 council members to authorize the repair, because we don't know how much it's going to cost right now. A&D has stated that. A&D can do the work for us, but it'll be charged at their per the fee schedule that we approved back in January, I want to say. So we don't know how much it's going to cost, but I do believe that 2 council members have the authorization to go ahead and begin the repair. But one important thing in that policy is that the money has to be in the budget. And right now, because we're coming up on the end of June, things are tight. We hit a reset on July 1st. We're not there yet, but we should move forward in getting this repair completed. So I say all this, 1, to open up the item for council to have discussions, but 2, to really lead as a segue to a budget amendment that I've asked Kim to add in addition to the general fund budget amendments she will share with us later in this meeting. So with that said, certainly, we kind of have the context for that budget amendment, but is there any discussion about the water main leak as it is, or getting it repaired?
Well, Mr. Foy, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Our separation of duties policy provides for 2 council members to authorize an emergency repair. I'm not sure if a half a gallon a minute leak into a NCDOT waterway or drainage easement is an emergency or not. A great debate could be had about it, I guess.
It could be. With the good news, it's on the agenda at a town council meeting.
I have at least been to the area and looked at all of it. The water drains off of the roadway, and then it goes towards, to the north towards a creek, and a property owner, or previous property owner, has piped that. And I don't know what condition that piping might be in, but the water is simply following a natural drainage way when it leaves the culvert that NCDOT owns. I'm a little bit more concerned about what our water may be doing to that roadway down there, but I agree that there's nobody that's gonna come up and bid this. It's gotta be done on a time and material basis. And, as far as it damaging the property owner's property or causing them a problem, I don't see how that's possible, because every time it rains, water runs through that culvert down towards the creek across the property owner's property. When on those rare occasions here lately when we have rain. And so
Well, that's an interesting point, because it's about as dry as I can remember in a long time, and the property owner has expressed that the standing water is still an issue.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't like it running, but it's a very, compared to what we usually have when we have a leak, it's minute.
Well,
And so I don't object to
minute is easy.
trying to fix it.
Minute is easy as for us to say. Speaking as an individual property owner, they may feel different about a government-run public utility, causing an issue on their property.
It's not. The water is flowing into a culvert underneath Ellisboro Road. This is a state-owned road, and it's discharging towards the creek.
So,
This doesn't make sense, but if council wants to speed this up and respond to the property owner's complaint this way, I really have no objection to fixing this. But I hope we'll do it in such a way that we minimize our cost. Not ask this fellow to come out here and work on it on Saturday versus when he can work it into his schedule.
no, I would agree with that. It just needs to be fixed, and it's our obligation to fix it.
Have you been there?
I've only driven by it.
Well, there are parts of it that don't make sense, but we haven't entirely confirmed that this is our water. But just keep in mind, this drainage system starts up in front of Atlantic Outdoors, extends down to the old CCB building, and then somehow winds up in the drainage way beside of Dr. Morris's old office, goes down to Ellisboro Road, gets in that ditch, goes down to the culvert, and that's where it's manifesting itself. So anywhere along that pathway could be where we have a potential leak. We don't even know for sure that this water leak couldn't be a private well water system leaking some way, somehow. So, as much investigation as we can get is probably warranted.
We have had two contractors go out to the site.
Yes, and I've talked to both of them.
Right. I'm not exactly sure what the next step is. I do believe it's our obligation, if it's our water asset that's leaking, to repair that. Especially given that, the property is owned by two different gentlemen, and I can assure you both gentlemen in some capacity have called either this building or myself, and they're certainly, they're great to work with, but their expectation is that it's fixed so it no longer negatively impacts their property.
Well, I'm not going to repeat what I've said. I know what I was told. I know what the leak rate was at. How fast, what's the estimate that you were given? I was told a half a gallon a minute.
Yeah, a gallon every other minute.
Okay.
So
Well, that's pretty close to the same thing, then, isn't it?
No, I mean, that's the way it was worded
So
too.
30 gallons an hour, 600, that's a lot of water.
What's the debate, though? I understand Mr. Jones's point about not making an emergency repair, but can we not just go ahead and authorize A&D to go out there and start the repair?
Yeah, and
as early as possible?
And I'd be willing to die on the hill to authorize that repair up to the $25,000. It's not a dire emergency, no. But, it is on the town council agenda tonight. The main reason I put it on there, one, it's good to discuss it. But two, if this is gonna be fixed soon, like the property owner wants, and we really should, it needs to be done this fiscal year, and we don't have the money in the budget to do it. So, this was kind of
To-
the opportunity to discuss and the opportunity to lay the framework for the budget amendment I'm requesting.
Do we have the complaint from the property owner in writing somehow, just for our records? Or are we responding to, a phone call?
I'm responding to multiple phone calls.
Well, and one gentleman came up here and spoke with Mr. Wagner about it as well.
I mean,
You're understanding, we're talking about water that is leaving the NCDOT culvert and headed downhill just like it does when it runs under any other road in North
do you have
Carolina.
any suggestions of how to repair this?
Not beyond time and material, but I want to give whichever contractor's gonna repair it, I think they need to be allowed to do it on their schedule basically at their convenience, and work and select the best weather instead of us treating this like an emergency that it's not. So is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, if this was a dire emergency, I think this would have been approached differently. This is
Absolutely.
something that needs to be taken care of and merits discussion. We need to move forward in some capacity, I believe.
Well, you're losing 21,000.
It's 720 gallons a day, right?
Yeah.
I mean, what if you had 720 gallons a day on your property, pulling up, on your property, that was caused by a government utility?
I do have that kind of water running across properties. What I'm saying is that this is drainage under the road. There's gonna be a whole lot more water than that when it finally rains, and water runs down through there every time it rains. That's the part that doesn't make sense to me here. But please understand that I'm trying to rule out the possibility that this could be some kind of spring on that hillside somewhere feeding into this, and it's not town water. So
you're right, and I don't know the answer to that.
well, I'm satisfied that I've had conversations with each one of these contractors, and I'm satisfied that they at least understand what they're dealing with. So I got confidence in them. And I'm perfectly willing to vote on the time and material contract to cure the problem. I'm just saying, let's don't treat this like it's some kind of emergency, because it's not. I would be willing to give them the next few weeks to get out there and start on it, not the next few days.
When does the water first show up, Tim? You may have already said it.
I think I'm just trying to get this moving forward. This has been a 6-week issue now. And nobody's looking for us to.
My duty is to protect the town of Stokesdale and the town of Stokesdale's money. And that's all I'm doing here. I'm just simply, I have time invested in it. I've looked at it. I'm satisfied myself that I know as much as I can possibly know about it at this point. Talking to the town staff and the applicable contractors and the site visit and the owners to a lesser degree.
And I acknowledge all of that. But even with that, none of us truly know what it's going to take.
I understand that. Can we give them weeks to get this done instead of making a demand that they roll out here first 2 days of the week next week or something of that nature? This is not an emergency.
Okay, Tim. Okay, it's not an emergency. It's still an obligation if it's our water system that's leaking, causing undue desires on their property that it be repaired.
I got you. You do know that our water mains, by their very nature, leak at the slip joints.
I do, Tim. I don't think our water mains leak by nature 720 gallons a day.
We have had an extraordinary record of very few leaks. I mean, we almost have to convince the state that our water system holds water as well as it does.
We're very fortunate in life of water system. We still are on that early side of it.
But the complaint does not make sense to me. That's all I'm saying. This water is running down the drainage way that all the other rainwater from that part of Stokesdale runs down every time it rains. So we have a little water that's also running down the same drainage way, presumably assuming that it's our water. I think it's a good chance it's our water. But I'm not understanding the urgency here, because that water makes its way down to the creek, just like rainwater does.
There hasn't been any urgency. This is sat stale for 6 weeks. I've looked the other way. I'm not doing it anymore. I'm not saying it needs to be fixed tomorrow, next week. I'm saying it needs to be fixed, and it's good that this governing body talk about it.
Absolutely. I think, can we agree that we just asked them to get to it in the next 30 days?
Yeah, I mean, I think the request should be to get to it as soon as reasonably possible that fits in your schedule. Don't blow everything up to get over here. I mean, we don't have a crisis, but we do need something repaired.
I just wouldn't want somebody, whether it be the town council members, the town staff members, a member of the public, to say, well, council voted to have this repair done, and then why aren't they here yet? They hadn't showed up yet, and particularly the property owners, if there's something I'm missing here perhaps, but I just do not, this is just not an emergency. I don't want to say I'll spending extra money treating it like it is one.
We both know the guys. I think if we told them, hey, we're moving forward, getting this fixed, and this is the timeline we're working with, I don't think, even if it's a couple weeks from now, I don't think we're going to have any issues. But if a couple weeks from now, goes by and this is not addressed, then that makes 8 weeks since we've known about the problem. And, we just get into this cycle of.
I got you.
Okay.
So
I'll vote here. I'm good with it, but I'm just saying it's just, I don't see how the town has any liability here whatsoever to that property owner.
I don't think we have a legal liability. I think it's just a matter of doing the right thing.
Well, we got a leak leaking 200-some thousand gallons of water a year.
Paying for.
I mean, we need to fix it. I mean,
720 gallons a day is not insignificant.
Well,
it wouldn't be for a municipal system. It's not much. I mean, I'm all for fixing it. I'm just saying for a municipal system, it's not much.
So we're not going.
But for an individual property owner, it's a lot. I think. I'm not saying.
Are we going to catch the rainwater when it rains and pump it off so that it doesn't run across their property?
I hear what you're saying. Perhaps the fact that it's been so dry has shined a light on this issue. Perhaps this issue has been like this for 10 or 15 years. I don't know, and nobody knows. The contractors that have come to look at this, nobody knows for sure.
I'm ready to vote if you are.
All right, I'm going to make a motion that we move forward, authorize an A&D to begin the repair work on this. We've got to put a dollar figure on it. I get that. I'm just going to put the dollar figure I requested Kim to amend the budget. Certainly, I hope it doesn't cost as much, but the amount I'm going to put is not to exceed $25,000.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? We'll vote. Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landreth?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
I'm aye.
And I am also aye. Okay. Mr. Foy, we're moving on to item number 20.
Those are the budget amendments. Kim, since it's fresh on our mind, can we do the water one?
This will be, this was laid on top of your packet when you first come in tonight.
So this is it, fellas, right here.
Yep.
Budget number, this is for 2025-2026 fiscal year budget. Budget ordinance amendment number 4, ordinance number O-2026-05. And this is requesting to increase the investment earnings by $18,000. We are decreasing the contingency appropriations by $9,602. And then we would also increase the expenses for the contract operations for the general repairs for $27,601.78.
I'll make a motion that we adopt budget ordinance.
Derek, hold off.
Yes,
I'm going
sir.
to be a stickler on this. If you adopt this first, then it's no longer amendment number 4, it's amendment number 3. So you really need to adopt them in order. Sorry.
Is that what they teach you at that? Training.
That's some UNC training right there.
Yeah, that is the details. Okay,
But it makes
Okay,
sense.
so we'll go,
I hear you, Robbie.
There's
We're
4.
gonna do it. We're gonna do it.
Send him to school, he done something.
We're gonna do it. My
Well
goodness.
spent.
okay.
Something besides learn to play poker.
So
All
if
right.
you flip in your book for the general fund, let's go to budget amendment number 3. And this is for the 25-26 fiscal year budget, budget ordinance amendment number 3, ordinance number O 2026-04. And this is to amend the general fund expenses. And this is for section B expenses. Electrical repair, cleaning and lighting at Town Park, increase by $2,983.09. We are going to increase legal fees, attorney, $7,000. Decrease, contingency expenses by $2,983.09. And then we would decrease staff salaries by $7,000. And that's for the general fund.
Good. I'm gonna make a motion that we approve budget amendment number 3, ordinance number O 2026-04.
I'll second that. Any discussion? We'll vote. Mr. Rigsby.
Aye.
Mr. Foy.
Aye.
Mr. Langstreth.
Aye.
Mr. Jones.
I am,
And I am also aye.
Go back. Kim, thank you for explaining budget amendment number 4. I'm gonna remake the motion to approve budget amendment, ordinance number 4, ordinance number O 2026-05, as presented.
I'll second that. Any discussion? Mr. Rigsby.
Aye.
Mr. Foy.
Aye.
Mr. Langstreth.
Aye.
Mr. Jones.
I am,
And I am aye also.
Yes.
Thank you, folks.
Use them.
Okay.
Wait. We'll have to-
Item number 21, consideration of a cost proposal for the purchase of a replacement laptop computer, associated accessories, and extended warranty for the town administrator, town clerk. Mr. Foy.
It's mine. I'm gonna start it out with a motion, and Robbie, if you could add a little context to it, I'd appreciate that. My motion is gonna be to accept the quote from Think Tech Advisors. The quote is dated June 1st, 2026. It's quote number 1569. It's for a Dell Pro 16 computer for Robbie. The warranty is included in that. Docking station for a total one-time charge of $3,053.04. So Robbie, I'd love to hear more about this. And Kim, if you could just, after Robbie gets done with his thing, if you could just confirm where it would fit in the budget.
Yeah, I'll second that motion before we start.
Thank you.
Very good.
I was going to ask. So this is a quote that I reached out and got from ThinkTech. I've been having issues with this computer. I guess it predates me. This computer was purchased for the first deputy clerk that Ms. Martin hired. And so I've used it since then. It's worked well, but I've noticed more and more issues with it, having to restart it pretty frequently. After working with ThinkTech to try to do things software-wise, I think we've pretty much maxed it out about as far as we can go. We've done all the updates that we can. We've cleared off as much junk as we can, and it's still just not doing well. Right now, I can hear the fan running. After speaking with ThinkTech, giving them an idea of what I do, what I use the computer for, they gave us an option of what to use, what they would recommend. Once we received the quote, we looked at the manufacturer's website to compare the cost, found that the costs were fairly similar. And after speaking with them about the docking station, I have one, but apparently this computer will not work with that docking station. So the good news is we still have that one. We can use it for other laptops similar to this one. It's just it won't work with the new one. So that's why there's a docking station on the quote.
Okay. So basically, you're approaching end of life on your own computer.
Correct, that's right. Yeah, I would say it's approached end of life. We've updated it twice from Windows 10 to Windows 11, so once, I guess. And typically, you're not going to get many more updates out of that.
Okay. And Kim, from a budgetary standpoint?
Yes, this will come from category number 40,500, Town Hall, liar. It will come from 40,600, office equipment purchase and repair. And we have $8,200 left in that category, so there's plenty there.
Okey dokey.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and discussion is completed unless there's anybody else.
Are we buying from them because they are willing to provide the extended warranty?
Well, yes, so that's one of the reasons is that they provide the extended warranty. Number two, as our IT vendor, they won't work on equipment that we did not purchase through them. So they maintain and keep up the equipment that we purchase through them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, ready for a vote? Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Floyd?
Aye.
Mr. Landreth? Aye. Mr. Jones?
I am
I am also aye. Okey-dokey, number 22, discussion and possible vote on tree line maintenance at the Stokesdale Town Park. Mr. Foy.
All righty. Back in April, Tim brought up a concern. It really started with the playground and how the tree line there, the vegetation is really close to the playground. As you know, as the summer has come along, the trees are filling out, and that's an obvious thing. So I agree with Tim. And he also brought up that the tree line is really overtaking our ornamental landscaping that was planted really when the park was built. And Tim, if I've said anything wrong, chime in here. Tim, I thank Tim for getting together a couple quotes from Wolf Mulching and State Line Forestry. Had an additional vendor that was recommended to us. We have met with a gentleman named Matt of SDJ Land Management out at the park. He has given us a per-day price of $2,400. Thinks he can get the majority of it knocked out in 2 days, so that would be $4,800. That's the most economical solution of the three. And I've walked the park and really have noticed that this does need to be addressed, or we'll likely lose in the next couple years the ornamental landscaping. So, in an effort to retain this and to the landscaping as well as improve the safety at the playground. I think this is something we should move forward in doing. The $4,800 was included in the budget amendment that we passed. So it is in this year's budget. I spoke with Matt of SDJ Land Management today. I believe, Tim, you spoke with him as well. And he can rearrange his schedule to get this done this fiscal year. So my expectation would be that this would happen this fiscal year. So I'm going to make a motion to hire SDJ Land Management at a rate not to exceed $4,800 for 2 days' worth of clearing work at Town Hall. That they can begin the work once we have all the documents, such as insurance coverage, as required by Stokesdale policy. So, Robbie, I would ask if you could reach out to Matt, and I can share his contact with you to secure that so he can begin work as soon as reasonably possible.
Mr. Flory, I'd like to second that motion with the understanding that our town staff will be sure that that picnic shelter is not in use, the playground's not in use when this machine is working in proximity. We need to deploy whatever we need to in the way of our orange barrels, orange cones, yellow caution tape, Mr. Wagner in a flag suit like he would land in a plane on an aircraft carrier, whatever it takes to keep our citizens, especially the kids, a safe distance away. That's very important. And if that stipulation will be followed, I'll second the motion.
Absolutely.
What are they doing? They're taking one of those mulchers?
I think they're doing all three.
Well, they're kind of like bush hogs. They can throw chunks of wood and debris a considerable distance. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what are they doing? Is it one of those mulchers where it just mulches it up? Are they going out there with clippers and chainsaws, or are they going? What are they doing?
They'll mulch up the small stuff, trim up the limbs on the bigger material. We're paying them by the hour, so we have a little bit of flexibility in directing them. My primary concern has been that, it's the middle of the summer, it's hot, and their visibility because of the leaves is not as good as it would be in the winter, but my main motivation to pursue this, we had an unconfirmed report of an individual hiding in those woods, watching the playground, possibly watching children. I was never able to speak to the individual that reported this, but after looking at it, I think that it would be prudent to get these trees back away from that playground. I think there's also the possibility of various critters, whether it be a rabid fox or snakes or poison oak ticks. I get tick bit frequently. I don't particularly enjoy that, but I have to get out in the bushes, and I don't want these little kids to get tick bit if we can help it. So that was my motivation.
Well, we got this from Excellence. What is that? I mean,
So I can, we've got an issue, and I was getting ready to figure out the best way to address this. We've got an issue with, trees over the walking trail. We've got some pictures here, trees laying across the trail. We've got one or two that are actually overhead of the trail. So like that one right there.
you're talking about in the woods?
Yes.
The nature trail.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
I was
This is two different things, then.
It
That's
is
not.
two different things, but I was going to inquire, before we vote on this, maybe, if they would be willing to handle both and what the cost would be, since they're out here and they're mulching it. The problem with this one is they're just gonna cut it and throw it in the woods.
Yeah.
And maybe it would be a little cleaner to have this guy run through the trail and mulch it. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't seem like that much of a stretch if he's got the equipment already out here.
What do you think, Tim?
I don't have the benefit of having walked the trail and looked at the material, looked at the trees you're speaking
I
of.
don't know if that mulch will go down that trail.
May I?
I'm sorry, Tim, I'm doing like you do me all the time. I'm
That's, I
sorry.
was fixed to say that,
I
very
know
thing.
what you done got me doing it.
I don't think
Well,
it's gonna be big.
We're still not even, so feel free again.
Yeah.
So, the last time there was anything in there, I cut it out of the way in about an hour by myself, so I haven't been and looked at this, but I was under the impression that the trail builders were also going to maintain this trail. Do we have any possible volunteers that could take care of this?
Well, I mean, we can certainly ask them, but I think some of that is gonna require some cutting and some,
Yeah, I see, some of it looks pretty big, Mr. Rigsby.
especially that one hanging over top, and I don't know that they would be willing to take on that job. I just, they need to have somebody with some insurance to do some of that.
The machine's 7 foot wide, Mr. Landorf.
It won't go down that trail.
Go down the trail.
And it would tear up, where they put, where Andrew put the wood on the sides. It's not that, I don't think it's it. And they got curves in it and all, I don't know. Those things will eat something up and make a trail.
I didn't know, I just didn't know
All right,
if
so,
they had a-
so Mr. Rigsby, am I looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trees that need to be cut on the trail?
I'm not sure if that's all of them, that's just some examples of.
I got you.
There from
I
the,
got you.
from, the quote. I'm not, I can't say for sure that's the exact number of trees that are on the trail.
Well, in response to the question, I'm kind of like Mr. Landorf. I don't think it'll go down through there very easily.
That's fine, I wasn't sure how they were gonna do that, so I didn't know. If
Understood.
They had like a bobcat that could go down through there, cut it, push it out, and take it out and mulch it outside the trail.
It's basically still that size, but it's still 7 foot.
If it gets on that hill, if you walk that trail,
Not lately, I walked I helped when it was being put in, but I haven't been down there lately.
if you took a skid steer, bobcat, whatever,
Okay.
down there, it would tear that hill up.
Who took the pictures?
Those pictures were taken by, provided the quote. So I can give some background on this. It's not for this agenda item, but I'll be glad to speak on it.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, so I had a visitor of the park had reached out to me via email with some concerns that there's part of the nature trails that aren't accessible because the trees are hanging over around head level, so you're having to duck to go underneath them. And I told him I would speak with Councilman Rigsby since he's in charge of the property, and we would move forward. Mr. Rigsby asked that I reach out to our landscaper, since we already work with him and trust him to maintain a majority of our property. And Mr. Herring was very glad to visit the property yesterday, took some images, walked the nature trail, took images of what he thought would be problematic as far as the nature trail. I explained to him, it's a nature trail, we don't want to take the nature out of it, we just want to make sure that folks can safely pass through there without a tree tripping them or falling on them. And I explained that we don't need the trees taken out, we just need them laid down, hoping that that would cut down on the cost. And so that's what he's done, is walk the trails, took pictures of what he felt would be issues down the road, and has provided us with images and a quote to repair that.
Which is the next agenda item. Correct.
Yeah, well, I kind of confused that because I was sitting there thinking about talking about overhanging. I was thinking about the trail, not the walking path there, and I see all that marked up. So I didn't know if that was part of the same thing or what. So now I know.
But if you guys want, let's go and handle the current agenda item, and we can discuss once we get inside my item.
Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking it looked like they were overlapping.
Before we voted on it, I just threw it out there, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, I see now it's not, because all this stuff, the other stuff's on the outside, and that's down the trail, so I understand.
Okay, so we have, back to agenda item number 22 is regarding the tree line maintenance in Stokesdale Town Park. And we do have a motion, I believe, Mr. Wagner, to contract with SDJ Land Management for the 2-day job not to exceed $4,800. Is that correct?
That's correct. We have a motion for that, and then there was a second by Mr. Jones with a requested amendment that town staff ensure that the picnic shelters or the fields are not being used to the point where it would cause danger to anybody at the park while they're doing these tree cuttings. And just need Mr. Foy to either accept or deny that amendment.
All good.
Okay, any further discussion? Mr. Rigsby.
Aye.
Mr. Foy.
Aye.
Mr. Landreth.
Oh, boy. I don't like those ornamental trees. You should never planted them. Go ahead and
Mr.
copy
Jones.
that.
And Mr. Jones.
I'm aye.
And I am also aye. Okay, Mr. Rigsby, would you
So,
like to?
yeah, I'll just formally open it back up.
Yep.
Again, we had a citizen complain, and we've got some trees across the walking trail. We reached out to Excellence Landscaping. They gave us a quote of $800 to clear and remove all the trees on the trail. So we put it in front of council tonight for a vote.
You done, is that a motion?
I have not.
Huh?
I have not had a motion. Is that what you just asked?
I thought you made a motion, I'm sorry.
No, I was just explaining it, but.
Yeah.
And we moved the money earlier, so it is money available in the budget this year to handle it.
I think we probably ought to do it. Well, I tell you something else, though. They see if we can't get some kind of trail days, we get some people like they do at Oak Ridge, all the guys get out there. I mean, right now, this needs to be done, so we ain't got time to get anybody who want to do that or anything.
I don't disagree, and in fact, I asked Mr. Foy earlier, I said, do you think we should reach out and see if the troop were really willing to do it? But I am concerned about some of the trees overhead.
Yeah, you can't get the kids doing the chainsaw stuff.
Yeah, so, but I don't disagree with your logic on that.
But I'm talking about down
They
there.
need
We need to
service
take care of
hours
this now. I'm not trying to put it off or say I'm gonna run down there for chainsaw.
My objection is that none of us have laid eyes on it, none of the town laid eyes on it.
We're gonna get a flashlight and run down there real quick, take a break.
Well, I'm just saying there's
Yeah, I'm up for it.
as a process,
Well, we could turn the lights on the ball field. That would shed some.
Yeah. Everybody's got a flashlight.
I'm game if y'all are.
Well, what's that old saying about a T-bone and Tommy Boy?
So
I think I'll just take your word for it.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we contract with Excellence Lawn Care to clear the trail of all debris and trees hanging for the amount of $800.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? We'll vote. Mr. Rigsby.
Aye.
Mr. Foy.
Aye.
Mr. Landrith.
Aye.
Mr. Jones.
I am nay.
I am aye. Okay. We have now reached item number 23, which is public comments from the floor. I believe Mr. Wagner has a document that he would like to introduce.
Yes, correct. So sorry about this. I meant to, made a note here to not forget it for the second public comment period. Meant to read it in the first one. So earlier, I sent an email to council explaining that yesterday I'd received an email, and attached to that email was a letter from David Coates, who's a member of the Guilford County School Board for District 3. And it had been asked that this be given to the town council, and then in speaking with Mayor Stevenson about this, we felt that it might not be a bad idea to read it at the meeting so that it can be in the record. And so I will start and I will add there's not a date on this letter, but the date of the email, it was Wednesday, June the 10th, 2026. To the Stokesdale Town Council from David Coates, member of Guilford County Board of Education, District 3, subject update on the new Northwest Middle School site. Hello, council members. It had been my intention to address you in person at this evening's meeting. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, I am unable to attend. I felt it was important to provide a timely update on the new Northwest Middle School project, so I'm submitting this written report and including contact information for any follow-up questions. The new Northwest Middle School project located on Highway 68 in Stokesdale continues to move forward. The 129.6 acre site has officially been purchased by Guilford County Schools. This site is considerably larger than the current site of the existing middle school. The intention is to build the school with a 1,200 student capacity while reserving space for potential expansion in the future. The current Northwest Middle School facility currently has approximately 900 students. As with any school project in North Carolina, there are certain requirements that need to be met for sites during the schematic design phase. Unlike the current arrangement with Northwest High School, where both schools share athletic facilities, the new middle school will include its own athletic facilities, all of which will be incorporated into the site plan. The site and building is flexible, and we hope to have a robust public input from stakeholders to ensure the school fits the need of students, citizens, and the wider community. The current timeline is to approve a design-build firm at the June 25th board meeting. At that time, the design-build firm, in partnership with Guilford County Schools, and then will then plan a public meeting in August or September to seek public input on the project from parents, residents, and other interested individuals. Parents of all the feeder schools will be given official notice of the meeting. The feeder schools will continue to remain the same, and at this time, no discussions have been had regarding redistricting school zones. The Guilford County Schools website will have more information regarding the date, time, and location of this meeting as plans developed. As the host municipality for this project, I look forward to hearing from Stokesdale residents, elected officials, and community leaders as the planning process moves forward. Site work could begin as early as this fall, primarily focused on preparing the physical land. The current plan is for the school to open during the 2030 to 31 school year, ideally at the beginning of the academic year, although that remains subject to construction timelines. There is precedent for new schools opening during the school year if necessary. I am sure the town government will be as interested in these developments, particularly as it relates to permitting and water for the new school. Guilford County Schools staff are aware of the town's water system, and as plans develop, will coordinate with the town of Stokesdale regarding any potential infrastructure needs associated with the project. I also understand that Stokesdale hopes to develop a pedestrian and bicycle plan. I have made Guilford County School staff aware of that effort, which could potentially intersect with future site building. The funding for this project will come from a bond approved by voters in 2022. Recently, there have been as much discussion of the planned limits on real property taxation. This could have a negative impact on this project and maintenance of the new school once built. I'm hopeful that our county commissioners, when the dust settles on the property tax moratorium and cap on the property taxes, will have the ability to properly support the construction and maintenance of the school. As mentioned, we are still in the early planning stages of this project, but I'm committed to fostering open communication between Guilford County and Stokesdale through the process. As you're aware, on the Guilford County Board of Education, I believe this new school presents a tremendous opportunity for both our students and the Stokesdale community. Thank you for your service to our community and for welcoming this important investment in the public education. David Coates, member, District 3, Guilford County Board of Education. Email address is listed as Coates, COATSD, @gsnc.com. Phone number is 336-894-8541. That ends the letter.
I appreciate Mr. Coates sending this, Robbie reading it. I have a question, maybe one of you guys or Chuck, you could help me out with. It's referenced in here, recently there's been much discussion of plan limits on real property taxation. This could have a negative impact on the project and maintenance of the new school. And he references a property tax moratorium. How would that, I mean, what's being proposed in the General Assembly does not limit the county commissioners from increasing the tax rate. Is that right?
Right, I think, as I understand the bill in the General Assembly, this now passed both houses now, so it's headed to the governor for signature or veto.
I think I read it as veto proof.
The majority, he still vetoed, but didn't have to go back and be overridden. But it had the 60% required for override the veto. But as that bill read, it simply said you want to use the old valuations. It didn't affect the tax rate.
So I'm struggling. I feel like it's a political statement in there. I'm struggling to see how that. I mean, yeah, I understand what the bill is, but it has nothing to do. It says nothing about the tax rate. Is that correct?
Right, it doesn't say anything about revenue.
It's just that they got to use the same property assessments that were prior to this year's
That's right.
new evaluations.
That's right. I don't know how long they have to use those. If they have to wait till next year to do use those new values. I'm not sure when that comes in, but.
Mr. Ford, there's a lot of conversation about all this back and forth in Raleigh in regards to what we need to do as a board pertaining to the school. How you see that impacting us?
No, I don't. I'm just.
Okay, I'm just asking because
I'm taking an opportunity where he mentions that there could be negative impact on the project. So my ears perked when I saw negative impact to the project. And then from the best of my knowledge, I'm not completely in tune to the bill in the General Assembly, but to the best of my knowledge, that doesn't prevent any governing board from adjusting their tax rate. And I think that to be true, but I don't know for sure.
That is my understanding also, based on what I know.
I think it's his way of saying we'd love to have this school operational by 2030, but we probably won't.
Yeah, but I don't.
And that's, because of this possible factor.
I don't know what I haven't examined the funding mechanism for this construction. I assumed it was purely the bonds, but maybe they're also requiring some general revenues to pay for the construction too. I don't know the answer to that.
Well, no, that just.
Mr. Foy, you're not extrapolating the possible conclusion that Guilford County is going to ask this board to fund part of these school costs, are you?
No, I'm not. I don't.
Okay, you scared me there.
Well, I mean, they can ask. I mean, that's been done before with the school board, but again, I just saw negative impact to the project, and plan limits on real property taxation. But I mean, the tax rate is set by the governing board, the county commissioners. I don't know. I don't want to belabor the issue. It's just, it's interesting. It found its way into an update, but I can see how it'd be pertinent.
Okay. Any other comments from the public? Yes, sir.
Where exactly is that property for the school? Is it
Yeah. So do you know where the new storage units are being built on 68? Right north of what used to be called Tire Max, now it's called Sun Auto.
This side of All River Road, right?
Yes, on the right.
Right beside it. Except I don't think they're gonna tear
There's a
Lee's house down.
big sign in the field that says, a realtor sign, and it says sold on it, so you'll see it next time you drive down.
Yes. Okay, how about any town council comments?
Nothing, great work on the budget. Glad we're maintaining zero tax once again. Appreciate everybody's hard work on that. Thank you.
I'll echo what Jim said, and thank you guys for sticking around with us. It's 10:30, so getting late. Great job on the budget. Good meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to thank you guys for sitting there. I remember sitting out there before I was on council, and I can imagine what's going through y'all's minds sometimes. Because I know what went through mine with some of the stuff, the way we beat it around. And our councils has always been like that. I think we beat them around a little bit more than some of the past councils, but they still beat it around pretty good. And I would like to thank those past councils too, from the very beginning, for us to be in a position to not have a property tax and, take people's money for things that we don't need. I like the town, like it is. I know it's changing, and I hope we can continue on like this. Appreciate staff, appreciate this council. You guys, you've had to do the same thing as the past councils have done, and you kept up the tradition. And it's a good thing. We don't need to be like everybody else. I cringe when I hear people say that these people have got this and those people have got that. I mean, we got a lot more than most towns have. We got peace, and we don't have a lot of crime going on. We're in a good place right now. Hopefully it'll stay that way for a while. Things do change. Go ahead, Tim. You won't be interrupted.
I'd like to take a moment to just remind everybody July 4th is coming up, and to have a safe and happy 4th of July, but also maybe to take some time to consider this is our 250th anniversary, and maybe take the opportunity to read and review and study our Constitution, and consider all the men that came and women that came before us that made our freedoms possible, lest we neglect them and they go away from us someday. That's it.
Well, I'd like to echo all of those and appreciate you folks for sticking it out with us. Andy, thank you for sticking it out. I know that you had more to listen to than you did to present, but thank you so much for your expertise and your guidance and working with us with that. And Charles, thank you as well. I appreciate you being here. Kim, I hope you feel better. I know you've had a hard time with this, but thank you for being here and making the effort to be here and make your presentation. Robbie, we always appreciate what you do. Chuck as well. And all of my cohorts up here behind the desk here. I appreciate our working relationship. I appreciate our relationships in general. So thanks to all of you. With that,
Motion to adjourn.
well, actually, we're going to transition from an open session to a closed session. So I move that the Stokesdale Town Council enter into closed session in accordance with North Carolina General Statute 143318.11A36. The purpose of the closed sessions are as follows. Consult with an attorney employed or retained by the public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which privilege is hereby acknowledged, and to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of an individual public officer or employee or prospective public officer or employee, or to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against an individual public officer or employee. May I have a second?
Yes, sir.
We have a motion and a second, and we'll vote. Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landreth?
Aye.
Mr. Jones,
Aye.
and I am also aye.
I say this is unhealthy. Unhealthy.
Yeah, he had a terrible, before we leave, we'll talk about it.
Turn to open session Thursday.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought of that. I hadn't seen him since graduation.
Yeah, he's been first cousins.
Yeah.
It's a new day. Okay. Okay, is everybody back? All right. I move to return to open session. It is 12:02 on June the 12th. It's 12:02 a.m., June 12th. Do I have a
Mr. Mayor, I have a motion.
Well,
Well,
we
do
need
we-
to second the.
Then I'm
open
gonna
session.
second and make a motion right out the gate, so. Second to your motion.
Okay, all in favor of returning to open session?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Foy.
I'm gonna make a motion to authorize Mayor T to execute the contract on behalf of the town of Stokesdale with USIC Locating Services LLC to provide locating services for the water lines once the contract has been finalized between the attorneys.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? There being none, we'll vote. Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landry?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
And I am also aye.
Mr. Mayor, I have another,
Yes, Mr. Rigsby.
I'd like to offer that we give employee Priscilla Hunsucker a 5% raise beginning July the 1st, 2026.
I'll second it. And Mr. Rigsby, could you specify the amount would be $27.01?
Yes, 5% equals $27.01 per hour.
And that is a merit, is that correct?
That is a merit raise, correct, based on her performance valuation recently done.
And that's effective 7/1?
I said, yeah, July 1st, 2026.
Do it. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? We'll take a vote. Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landreth?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
I am nay.
And I am aye. There being no other business,
Excuse me,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Mayor. What about the forgiveness of the Yates invoice?
Never made an invoice.
Yeah.
Yeah, there never was an invoice
I-
prepared.
I'm-
I mean, if you.
Is there action required on that, or administratively have we resolved that issue? If you're satisfied, Mr.
Yeah, I think
Winfrey,
I
I
don't
am.
think we need to take any action on that.
Okay, forgive the interruption, Mayor.
That's okay. Thank you, sir. All right, we do have several announcements real quickly here. June the 15th of 2026, the Future Land Use Plan Committee meeting is scheduled for this room at 7 o'clock. That is a change from the normal meeting date of Wednesdays. It's on a Monday this time. June 22nd, another Monday, is another Future Land Use Plan Committee meeting at 7 o'clock in this room. June 25th, regular Town Planning Board meeting at 7 o'clock in this room. July the 3rd, Town Hall is closed for Independence Day. And then July the 9th is the regular Town Council meeting at 7 o'clock in this room.
Thank
I'll
you.
entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good night, fellas.
Thank you, gentlemen.
So we're closed, what do you mean, closed July 3rd? Isn't that already, that's a Friday already?
It is.
We'll be closed, but staff will get paid for it.
So he was.
Because it's a holiday.
He's 6 weeks older than I am.
Who gets the pictures?
He was,
Anybody?
he does these,
Thank you, gentlemen.
does these, him and his wife had bad habits of doing these fads, so
Okey dokey.
he'd go